For Mario Lemieux, his back remains a mystery of pain. He played against the New Jersey Devils and played well. He scored 5 goals against them. He has none against the Islanders. The Islanders lost their star, Pierre Turgeon, leading scorer on the season, in the final game of the playoffs against Washington, taken out with a separated shoulder on this hit. Who would step up? Well, in Game 1, Mario Lemieux was still hurting, but Ray Ferraro was not. He leads all scorers of the playoffs with 11 goals thus far. And Tom Barrasso in Game 4, maybe the mystery was solved. He'd given up 1 goal in 190 minutes, but in the last game, they scored 6 goals in 17 minutes, 2 by Derek King to win it. And it is a hot summer day, 90 degrees in downtown Pittsburgh, and just as hot inside, where this series is tied at 2-2. Will Mario Lemieux exit through this runway to get ice time tonight? Well, for the pre-game warm-up, he did, and the fans loved it. Hello, everybody. Gary Thorne and Bill Clement, and welcome to ESPN's coverage of the Stanley Cup Playoffs. Mario tonight, yes?
Well, yes, he's going to start. That's all we know. He left the warm-up, though, with 7.5 minutes to go. Wouldn't you just like to be in the Penguins' locker room once to see how bad it is? And even if he can only play around 5 minutes, which is how much he played in Game 4, Scotty Bowman needs him because in those 5 minutes he picked up an assist and hit the goalpost, so he's got to have him.
One of the great stories of this playoffs right now is the Pittsburgh Penguins unable to score on the power play, and while they're on it, the New York Islanders do score short-handed goals. The other night, Tom Fitzgerald became only the 7th player in National Hockey League history to pick up 2 short-handed goals in the same game. The second one was a beauty.
You know, Gary, every coach lives in fear of his power play coming up short and going absolutely dry in the playoffs. Both power plays have, but the Islanders' penalty killers all season long have eaten up the Pittsburgh Penguins' power play. They've scored 8 shorthanded goals in the season to the Penguins' 4 power play goals, and that is a situation that the Penguins have to deal with, Gary, and I think they have to turn it around tonight because that has been their biggest problem.
And they may get some other people to score. They're looking for people to take the place of Pierre Turgeon. Derek King.
Well, Derek King finally got his first 2 playoff goals ever. He did that in Game 4. One of them was the winner. Now what Al Arbor said today he has to do is get his other 2 30-goal guys going, Benoit Hogue and Steve Thomas, but at least Derek King appears to be back.
All right, we are ready to go in Pittsburgh tonight. They'll have another sellout crowd. Jack Edwards standing by, Jim Schoenfeld and Al Morganti at our studio, and for the Islanders, they've got to play that rough, tough physical game. So far, they have.
On Sunday, May 16th, the Parkway Pub and Grill will be holding its 7th annual charity golf tournament at the beautiful Hillcrest Golf Club. Included in the $75 entry fee are complimentary beverages on the golf course and a sit-down dinner. Corporate sponsorships and donations are accepted. All proceeds go directly to Diana Shaw, whose 8-year-old twins Matthew and Bradley are battling cerebral palsy. For registration information, call Chip Bisbano at 966-5251 or 584-2240. Join the club. Call now.
Want to smile? Get HBO at terrific savings and get a free Fuji Quick Snap camera from TCI. Get HBO for original series that redefine TV, street smart comedy, powerhouse punches, blasting backhands, and big screen blockbusters. Call TCI for special savings on HBO and get a free Fuji Quick Snap camera with free developing.
Call now to order 652-9900. Tomorrow, the NHL is playing for keeps.
The Blues face the Maple Leafs in Game 5 tomorrow night, live on ESPN.
It is the most celebrated trophy in all of sport. And on this, its 100th anniversary, the celebration will be all the more grand.
morning, everybody. Jack Edwards along with Al Morganti back from his travels, and Jim Schoenfeld. And Mario Lemieux is hour to hour, minute to minute, shift to shift. We don't know. But with Lemieux's status uncertain, Jim, who is the center who's going to pick it up for Pittsburgh?
Well, Ronnie Francis has been the guy all year. He's the man that Scotty Bowman calls upon to do the tough jobs for the Pens. He kills penalties. He takes those critical defensive zone faceoffs. He's the guy that plays against the opponent's best centerman. And right now, he happens to be leading the Pens in scoring in the playoffs. You'll see Francis come in here. The rebound is left by Healy. Nifty little move, 5-hole. A big goal for the Penguins. Not only can he score goals, great backhand pass here. Now he's going to drive to the net. Another rebound, he gets it, and another goal for the Pens. This was a face-off. The Islanders had pulled their goaltender, and they're pressing. Francis wins the draw, and the Pens score the empty netter to ice the game. Well, when you're looking for a complete hockey player, Ron Francis is the total package.
Well, Jaromir Jagr may not be the total package, but he certainly, Al, has the superstar moves. However, superstars don't just come in those highlight clips. They come in 60-minute efforts, and is it time for him to step it up?
Well, I'm going to go with the obvious guy who has to step it in. Exhibit A, the NHL official guide and record book. If you look at the cover this season, 92-93, Mario Lemieux, and who else? Jaromir Jagr. Even the NHL, a keen sense of the obvious. This is the guy that's supposed to be the future of the Penguins, and with Mario struggling now, Mr. Jagr has 7 points in the 9 games. He's not playing badly, but when Lemieux goes out, Jagr will get something he struggles for when Lemieux's playing, some ice time. Get some ice time, get some points, he'll have to be a leader.
All right, this series stands at 2-2. It is also 2-2 out in the Campbell Conference in both series. In the Smythe, 4 goals by the Canucks in the second period, and after LA scores 13 goals in games 2 and 3, the Kings are held to only 2 in game 4, so that heads back north. In the North, Felix Potvin, 27 saves. Don't forget about his great goaltending in this series. 4 goals total, including an empty netter, is the high against St. Louis this year. Coming up, game 5 from Pittsburgh. Can Jaromir Jagr do more of this? Gary Thorne, Bill Clement, coming up with the play-by-play of game 5 in a minute.
How do you order Miller Genuine Draft Light, the cold filtered light with smooth draft taste during the big game? Say MGD Light and say no more.
In America, your car doesn't just get you from here to there. It's a part of your life. To give your car complete protection, Texaco has developed Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. With not 1, but 3 kinds of protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Haviland Formula 3. Add more life to your car.
For all of you with the courage to go it alone, to put your future on the line and your name on the door, there's the corporate card from American Express. Use it for all your business expenses. We'll organize them by category and even provide records of charges. It's a great way for any company to get a handle on costs. Call 1-800-SUCCESS. The corporate card to your success.
You like it?
Is that new Bonneville yours?
They really changed it, haven't they?
That's sharp. I figured you for a BMW or a Lexus.
Well, I checked them out. But with the Bonneville, I got everything I wanted. Leather, airbag, anti-lock brakes, and the power, the handling.
Mind me asking?
It was 10, 20,000 less than the BMW or Lexus.
We are driving excitement, Pontiac.
I like it.
Me too.
A hot new peanut just rode into town with a spicy taste that's getting everybody all fired up.
Got some more. Maybe you ought to practice with mild.
Try new Planters Heat in mild and hot.
ESPN's presentation of the Stanley Cup Playoffs is brought to you by the cold filtered light with smooth draft taste MGD Light. Say no more. By Performax from Pennzoil, the new synthetic motor oil that protects to the max. And by MCI. MCI, better for your business.
All right, we're coming up to action in Game 5 at Pittsburgh between the Isles and Pens. That series tied at 2 games apiece. Don't forget, more National Hockey Night action coming your way tomorrow night. The St. Louis Blues traveling up to Maple Leaf Gardens to take on Toronto. Game 5 of that set in the Norris division. Let's send it out to Gary Thorne in Pittsburgh for Game 5.
Jack, moments ago, they were waiting for Mario. He wasn't there. There's Scotty Bowman, the coach. But wait, there were more to come. Jaromir Jagr. Was that a tease?
Well, as if the suspense wasn't bad enough as it is. He was slated to come out. The lineup was given. The scratches were given, and Mario was listed as a starter. But as we say, it's minute to minute.
But he did make it. We are ready to go. This series is tied at 2 games apiece. Scotty Bowman, the winningest coach in playoff history.
Gary, to me, there is a noticeable difference between these two teams at this stage of the series. Scotty Bowman's guys, to me, are tight. They are feeling the pressure. Let's face it, it's their Stanley Cup to lose. The New York Islanders, team accessible, very loose. Guys are sitting around having coffees before the morning skates as if it's a warm-up to an Ottawa Senators game.
Mario Lemieux is out to take the face-off. Ray Ferraro, the leading scorer for this New York Islander team in the playoffs. 11 goals, #1 in the playoffs overall, and 14 total points, and we are underway. Ramsey will be teamed up with Larry Murphy, and the first line will have Stevens, Tocchet, and Lemieux. Glenn Healy in net. The New York Islanders 8-9 in his career in the playoffs now, and Pittsburgh knows the challenge is theirs. Lemieux scores! Do you believe it?
So does he make a difference? Yeah, in 19 seconds he makes a difference. But he got help, Gary. Terrific aggressive play by Tocchet, Stevens, and also Larry Murphy, who pinched in on the right side to keep this alive. Glenn Healy poke-checked the puck accidentally right by Uwe Krupp, #4. That's how Stevens got it. Put it right out to Mario Lemieux, who was wide open, and in 19 seconds, the big man has made his presence felt.
That's how legends are made. You saw his 50th career playoff goal in his history from Mario Lemieux. And the line almost got another one. 1-0 Pittsburgh on top. That is his first goal against the New York Islanders, his 6th of the playoffs.
And Gary, I think the interesting fact here is that he started the game. That tells you what kind of shape he's in. I mean, if there was any doubt about his back, he would have rested.
3-on-1. Lemieux, Stevens, centering pass, score! Rick Tocchet!
What a play. What a play, but the Islanders helped the cause. They're usually very tight. They got caught up ice. One fall right there by Dennis Vaske, and all of a sudden it's a 3-on-1 on Malakoff. Lemieux to Stevens, over to Rick Tocchet. Glenn Healy hedged his bet. He stayed back to try to cut the pass. He didn't come out on Kevin Stevens, but it still wasn't enough. And Gary, I got a feeling that within 54 seconds, and that's how much time has been played, all of that tightness I talked about, that I could sense from the Pittsburgh Penguins, or at least a lot of it, has been relieved.
And Islanders are going to use their timeout right here, Bill.
Why not?
Al Arbor, you look at him, he's just saying, settle it down. We haven't even played 1 minute of this game. 54 seconds, that's all. That's all that's happened. 2-0 lead. Rick Tocchet set up. He was so excited on that goal, he could hardly move. He didn't know to jump, to fall, to stand up, to cheer.
He was paralyzed. There's Dennis Vaske going down. Vaske's played such a strong series for the Islanders, but he slipped on that one. And Mario and Stevens both, they sensed it. Sensed it and took off to try and create the 3-on-1. And you know, this is the 5th consecutive game that the Pittsburgh Penguins have scored the first goal. Now they have one to add to that, so they're leading 2-0. The New York Islanders know they've come back from at least 1 goal deficits in each of the first 4 games. So Al Arbor was a terrific time to take the time up to explain that to his guys.
You can't get any higher, I don't think, than the Pittsburgh Penguins are in the first minute of this game. Mario Lemieux at 19 seconds, his 6th of the playoff, 50th of his career. Kevin Stevens and Rick Tocchet at 54 seconds. Tocchet is 6th of the playoffs from Kevin Stevens and Mario Lemieux. And Pittsburgh has a 2-0 lead, battling in the corner. Jeff Daniels, the rookie, trying to kick it away, does. Behind the play, a penalty coming up. Delayed call. Kerry Fraser, the referee, has the arm up at the other end, and he's got it right here. Kerry Fraser, our referee tonight, with Ron Finn and Kevin Collins. And this is going to be a Pittsburgh power play. In the corner, sticks were getting up.
Oh, yeah. And it was Rich Pilon who was back in the lineup after missing a few with the knee that he hurt in game 1. There's Pilon taking Ron Francis. That looked like just a straight shove under the chin. But Rick Tocchet came right off the bench. Well, maybe his glove was a little high. You got the face mush going there right into Ronnie Francis' mouth. But Tocchet came off the bench and skated right to Pilon just to say something to him before he went to the faceoff. And now this is the time for the Penguins to decline the penalty. It went from bad to worse in game 4. Tom Fitzgerald scored 2 shorthanders in the same penalty. There was an intermission in between. But check these numbers. In this series, 1 for 15 on the power play for the Penguins, 6.7%. Playoffs, 19%. They were second best during the regular season at just about 24%.
And 4 shorthanded goals have been scored by the New York Islanders in this series, and 8 on the year against Pittsburgh. That'll be covered up at the side of the net by Glenn Healy, who's had a brutal little start to this game. Glenn Healy, you see in net, he has started all the games for them at 2.99 goals against. 6 wins, 3 losses thus far in this season's playoffs.
What a contrast between Glenn Healy and Tom Barrasso. Glenn Healy is just a happy-go-lucky guy. There doesn't seem to be any intensity on the surface. There has to be inside. Tom Barrasso seems to walk around with an intense air. I mean, he seems to be focusing all the time. He is approachable. He doesn't have the big smile like Glenn Healy does when you come over to him. And that's just the difference in their demeanors.
Tom Barrasso is third in goals against. They score! 3-0. Larry Murphy. Pittsburgh up.
Face-offs have been so key in this series, and the Islanders on certain games have gobbled up the Pittsburgh Penguins, but not this time. Right off the draw, Ronnie Francis to Tocchet, the deflection on the Larry Murphy shot off of Tom Fitzgerald. I'm sure the Penguins are saying there. Right off Tom Fitzgerald's stick, and it looked like it started to flutter and actually knuckleball on Glenn Healy. He was handcuffed on it just inside the post, and the Penguins, with Lemieux and with Tocchet on the ice for all 3 goals, lead at 3-0.
Wow. That is his first goal against the Islanders in this series. And now the Islanders have got to find some way to get this game under control, to just get it back to where they are in it. It'll be cleared in. Healy over to get it. Troy Loney to Yager. Yager looking for help. Finds Samuelson. Healthy shot. Deflected in front. And it's cleared out of the zone. 4 shots have been taken by Pittsburgh. They have 3 goals. The Islanders do not have a shot on goal yet. That one scored by Murphy from Rick Tocchet at 1:48. So Tocchet's got a goal and 2 assists in the first 2 minutes of this game. Kjell Samuelson, his shot deflected off Yager. Cleared behind the net for Troy Loney. Loney looking. Yager shot saved by Healy. And boy, was that close. Steve Thomas there to cover up for the New York Islanders. Goes into the corner. You are seeing Pittsburgh at their best here in the first 3 minutes of Game 5. This is the Stanley Cup champion Pittsburgh Penguins. Fitzgerald's shot covered by Barrasso. First shot of the game for the Islanders. Fitzgerald pinned up in the corner by Samuelson. Centering pass by Loisel goes off the back of the net. It'll be cleared up and out of the zone off Rich Pilon, who gets back in action here after that injury that kept him out. Intended for Pilon, but he'd already gone by it. Sent into the zone by Martin Straka, and a very bad penalty by the New York Islanders coming up.
How do you order Miller Genuine Draft Light? The cold filtered light with smooth draft taste at a Fern bar? You don't. MGD Light is far too cool for a Fern bar. Say MGD Light and say no more.
Performax from Pennzoil. New synthetic motor oil with Pennzoil's exclusive star molecule. Protects engine parts at ignition. Works like liquid ball bearings. Hangs tough during the most extreme driving conditions. Flows in severe cold. Performax from Pennzoil. Keeps its cool in extreme heat. Performax from Pennzoil. Fights against failure at friction max out. Performax. Protects to the max.
We'd like to make 2 points in this Avis commercial. First, when you rent with Preferred Service, you don't go through lines or paperwork. You just go to your car.
With someone there to help, you'll be on your way fast.
Which makes my second point, that the employee owners of Avis really do try harder.
Boy, Mick McCona took a very bad penalty for the Islanders, Bill.
Well, given the situation, absolutely. Here he comes with a shot to Troy Loney, but it was a cross-checking call, and I think it might have happened after that one, Gary.
Larry Murphy almost had a second one right there as it deflected wide. Lemieux's out on the power play. Pittsburgh already leading 3-0. Near side to Ron Francis, to Lemieux in the middle. Played instead by Stevens. Stevens comes back to Lemieux. He's all alone. The shot! Deflection and a save made by Glenn Healy. Lemieux, Stevens. Stevens couldn't get it. Francis, Stevens, and Lemieux up front. Knocked down by Fitzgerald and cleared out of the zone. A monster start for the Pittsburgh Penguins in this series where they have had trouble getting their goals against an Islander team that has outshot them and in many periods outplayed them. This will be touched up for the icing call. Face-off back the other way. Regroup time for the New York Islanders.
Well, Mario Lemieux, I think, has just about equaled his ice time, Gary, from Game 4, where he played just under 5 minutes. Oh, we've only played 4 minutes, and he's had most of it. And as soon as he came out and started the game, you had to know that he was feeling great. That could change in a couple of minutes. It could change between periods. But for now, the Pittsburgh Penguins have gotten everything they could have asked for from Mario Lemieux.
There you see a playoff record, Pittsburgh playoff record. Fastest 2 goals, start of a game, 54 seconds. That is a National Hockey League record set here in the first 54 seconds of this game. It had been set previously in 1963 by Dick Duff with the Toronto Maple Leafs. That has been undone in this one. Healy bounced off to the front, but a whistle on a delayed offside call as that one came off the stanchion on the glass and came right into the crease as it was cleared in, but they were already offside.
Pick up a Penguin magazine. Fill out your Coleman Jewelers fan of the game.
Big Shell Samuelson sent it in after he got hit by Patrick Flatley. Somebody was already in on the left wing side on him on that. 15:56 to go here in the first period. Pittsburgh Penguins, their crowd, I think they're already exhausted. They were cheering wildly because Lemieux came out on the ice, and then over the next 3 minutes, they got a rest. Jaromir Jagr, the move. Jagr back. Oh, Samuelson centered from Mullen. It went between the skates. Jagr in the corner. 43 in the power play for Pittsburgh near side. Lemieux comes to Samuelson. He can't hold it in. Alf Samuelson, Kjell Samuelson are working the points. Having trouble controlling as Alf goes back to get it. Bear in mind, as Bill noted in this game, how early we are into it. Sometimes in sports, one of the worst things that happens is you get off to this unbelievable start and then have this big letdown that just keeps going down, down, down. And you can't quite regain it. We'll see what happens here. Kjell Samuelson sends it in. Jagr, it's like a team that scores 7 runs in the first inning and then they're losing 8-7. It'll be played by Fitzgerald out of the zone and only 4 seconds left on the power.
You know, you talked about the crowd, that maybe they're out of energy, but they're relieved. I mean, you talk to people in Pittsburgh, and you can say, you know, I ask people, what about the Penguins? Gosh, I don't know. Are they falling apart? They look a little tight. Their power play isn't working. Is Mario going to play? So there's kind of a sense of relief for the fans, too. Finally, they're watching their Penguins.
They are seeing that. No question about that. Thomas, Ferraro, and King on this line for the New York Islanders. Brasso cleared it around out of the zone. King comes back to get it. 2 goals in the last game for Derek King to get rid of that goose egg and get him on the board. Sent into the zone. Kasparaitis was there near side. Thomas taken out by Ramsey. Played back into the zone. Martin Straka cleared up by Ramsey. Sean McEachran. McEachran with the shot and the save by Healy, but that was whistled on the offside.
You know, we talked about it being early, Gary, and the ability of the Islanders to perhaps peck away at it and come back. Al Arbour is faced with a huge problem. It is the Penguins with Mario Lemieux. Champions have killer instincts. Great offensive teams have killer instincts. Al Arbour knows that. The Pittsburgh Penguins will not sit back on this lead. It would be a different story if Mario Lemieux was not in the lineup. They simply don't have the firepower. Mario seems to stretch the whole game out by himself. The Islanders have more trouble bottling up the Penguins when he is out of the lineup. So the problem for Al Arbour is coming back against a team that has the killer instinct because of the man you're looking at, Mario Lemieux. They're not going to sit back on 3 goals.
Mario Lemieux's 50th goal ties him with Steve Shutt. 28. The all-time goal-scoring list in playoff history. Long way to go to reach 99. Wayne Gretzky is up to 101 playoff goals, and he's leading all playoff scorers this season as well. 14-13 to go as the Islanders got to grit it in now. Travis Green will take the face-off inside the Pittsburgh zone. He won, however, by Troy Loney. Cleared out of the zone. Claude Loisel right back in. Save made by Barrasso. Barrasso will get help behind the net. Shots are now at 7-2 in favor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Steve Thomas, his shot partially blocked as it rolled in. Peter Taglianetti got a piece of that. No question about Taglianetti today. He's got muscle spasms in the back yesterday and the day off. Obviously, all right, he's right back out there playing. Set back up by Taglianetti, wide of Glenn Healy. This is going to be touched up, and that will be an icing call. Jeff Norton going back to get it. The sticks get up behind the net and in the corner.
And you know what? It's the Islanders now that are the frustrated team. Peter Taglianetti, 232s going at it. Taglianetti sat out game 4 with a back. He is back, and the New York Islanders are waiting for Steve Thomas, their number 32, to get on the board. Steve Thomas, a guy that had 85 points during the regular season, does not have a point in this series. Matter of fact, Benoit Hogue and Steve Thomas combined for 163 points during the regular season. They got 1 point between them, and that was a shorthanded goal by Benoit Hogue in game 1. That's why Al Arbour said, great, got Derek King going with his 2 goals in game 4. Now it's back to the drawing board because I've got 2 other key guys that haven't produced in this series.
The series now, the goal leaders, Ron Francis has 3 and Rick Tocchet has 3 for Pittsburgh. 3 have been picked up by Ray Ferraro in this series for the New York Islanders, and a couple by King, Fitzgerald, and Malakoff. There you see Ron Francis has really picked up the slack. 13 points in the series.
Leading the Penguins scoring in this series. You just can't say enough about him. Of all of the people that are able to play 2 different roles, I think Ronnie Francis is the best in the league. When I say 2 different roles, he accepts the role of a second-line center when Mario Lemieux is in the lineup. When he is out of the lineup, Lemieux is out of the lineup, Ronnie Francis is able to elevate his play and become a #1 center.
What a backup. What a trade that was. In the corner, Islanders trying to get this thing back now. We're at even strength. Green trying to back it in. Rolls wide of the net. Tipped into the corner as Brad Delgarno was there going after it. Cleared up along the boards. David Volek. Volek couldn't control. Ray Ferraro trying to hold it in, but it had already come outside the zone. And that draws the whistle and the face-off back out to center. Amazing here with a sellout crowd again tonight. And the noise that was being made in the first 3 minutes. You could hear a pin drop as we were waiting for that last face-off.
Isn't that the truth? And Al Arbour naturally looking for motivational tools, any angle. That's why he called the timeout. He had to tell his guys, listen, we've been scored on first in this series in every game, and we've been able to come back. But you can go back even further to the Caps series. In games 3 and 4 of the Caps, they were down 3-1 in those games and came back to win.
This playoff season, teams that have fallen behind, unlike the regular season, have found room to get back into a game. Mullen waiting. Mullen looking for Francis. It was deflected to the point. Grant Jennings able to hold it in. Jennings got it back for Mullen. Mullen wheels it in front. Shot and a save made by Healy. Great scoring chance for Jeff Daniels. Daniels cutting right down the middle. Found himself all alone that time and got the good shot. Good save made by Healy. And Pittsburgh continues to keep the pressure on. Patrick Flatley cleared it ahead. They'll have to regroup. Ferraro out there with Flatley. Right into the zone by Ray Ferraro. Ferraro spinning. Kasparaitis comes over to help. Francis is there, though. Francis cleared it out of the zone. Daniels in the middle. Daniels with Mullen. Poke checked away. Played behind the net. Ray Coop. Coop got tied up by Daniels. Puck sitting there. Coop got just enough of it. Ramsey moved up. Couldn't get it. Lemieux back out on the ice. Ferraro goes by him. Ray Ferraro back to get it. King brings it in. King was onside. It'll be flipped into the zone by Patrick Flatley. A 3-0 lead for the Pittsburgh Penguins. The series tied at 2-2. Ray Ferraro, the shot. That's deflected into the seats. ESPN's coverage of the Stanley Cup Playoffs from Pittsburgh.
From Stephen King.
Everything's going to be fine. Don't you know that?
It was a nice town.
You okay?
Yeah, I just needed a good night's sleep.
But now, things have taken a turn for the worse.
Can't the police do anything? What good are you?
You're my anchor, and you're changing, and that's scaring me.
This is gonna change everything.
There's something there, all right, and that something has made the whole town go to hell fast.
Mark Helgenberger, Jimmy Smits, and Tracy Lords, the Tommy Knockers, this week on ABC.
cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft. For those who discovered its smooth draft taste, the world is a very cool place.
Well, you're looking at a man that takes impossible situations and turns them into goals, takes difficult situations, makes them look easy, even with the bad back.
What an incredible start. What a story. I mean, sports is great theater. It's great theater. And that's what happened in the first 4 minutes of this game with Mario Lemieux coming up. I mean, that is a novel being written and an exciting one for your eyes. Islanders had to get back onside, comes back to center, tipped by Stevens. Lemieux's got it. Lemieux wide side, great pass to Tocchet. Tocchet the shot. That deflects. That'll be way back in the seats. And again, the stick's getting up here. The Islanders trying to follow through, create some kind of pressure here against Pittsburgh. It's interesting that Al Ivor said, you know, the one we have going for us now is we have Pittsburgh doubting themselves. 3 minutes into this game, it all disappeared.
Well, a couple of the Islanders players have said that. They have said what we did was plant a seed. And the seed has the Penguins thinking now that we might just upset them in this series. And that's what they wanted to accomplish in the first few games. And, you know, this was supposed to be an absolute runaway for Mario Lemieux and his guys. And then Mario's back went bad and his guys sort of hit a valley. And it became a horse race. Make no mistake about it, though, Gary. Before tonight, Scotty Bowman's guys were in a bit of a rut. After going 20 games without a loss, they've only won 3 of the last 6. That's in a rut for them.
Absolutely. They're trying to get out of that, and they've got a great start on it. Sent in by Claude Loisel around the net. Played on the far side by Delgarno. Flipped it in behind the net to Mike Ramsey. Ramsey up along the board. Stevens got it out. Played in the middle. Larry Murphy to Lemieux. Lemieux with Murphy trailing. Joined now with the rest of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Centering pass for Stevens. Intercepted Green. Green up to Loisel. This is the line that Al Ivor has sent out. Mario Lemieux has been playing. Delgarno, Loisel, and Green. Green just overskated on the pass coming to him from Loisel. Cleared to center Lemieux. And a whistle behind the play. We're going to get a high sticking call here. With 11:13 remaining to go as Kerry Fraser's going to keep this one under control. Want to remind you of the National Hockey League all week long here on ESPN. Say that 3 times. Tomorrow 7:30 Eastern. St. Louis and Toronto go at it. 4:30 Pacific start. Wednesday at 7:30 Pittsburgh and the New York Islanders. They'll be playing in Game 6 at the Island. And a doubleheader for you at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific. Toronto, St. Louis, followed by Vancouver and Los Angeles. The National Hockey League all week right here.
Look at Mario Lemieux outside of the blue line, waiting for the pack to try to nudge the puck his way. But Rick Tocchet is the man that picked up a high sticking penalty. You know, when Tocchet came down a few seconds ago and took a big slapper that was deflected up over the glass, you can always tell when Rick Tocchet is revved. I mean, really revved and has his mindset right, because he'll cross the blue line and not try to finesse his way to the net. He goes back to some of his bread and butter stuff. He uses the body more, and he'll step over the blue line and just crank one, and that's what he did.
Now the Islanders have their chances. They get the power play opportunity. With Pittsburgh leading it 3-0. The first chance the Islanders have had on the power play. A couple of goals and 18 chances in the power play in this particular series against Pittsburgh. It has been a struggle for both these teams on the power play. Both of the power play goals for the Islanders have been picked up by Ray Ferraro against Pittsburgh. There you see the time remaining on the power play for them here in the first period. Ray Ferraro sends it in. Barrasso could not get it. Cleared back behind the net by Derek King. King just left it for Ferraro on the near side. Stepping up to get it. Norton dumps it back behind the net. Samuelson was there. Flatley moves up for the Islanders to hold it in. Couldn't do it. Cleared out of the zone by John McEachran. Glenn Healy at the other end. He had Mario Lemieux coming, and boy, I'll tell you, he stutter stepped right into the net when he saw 66 moving in on him. Played by Uwe Krupp. Krupp working one of the points in this power play, intercepted again and sent back out by Larry Murphy. Islanders, they'll change it up. So will Pittsburgh on the penalty killing unit with 40 seconds left on it. Brad Delgarno, his shot, he got taken out. Trying to wind up. Ramsey was right there and put a stick on him. Malakoff, the cannon shot, save made Barrasso, and flipped out of the zone by Ulf Samuelson. 25 seconds in the power play. Malakoff again through the middle. He got Brad Delgarno out. Steve Thomas here. Thomas trying to move in. Benoit Hogue came back to help. Hogue was able to get it away to King. King, he'll take the shot. Barrasso sticks it away. Ramsey clears it up, not out. Malakoff shot deflected just wide. Brad Delgarno deflected it down, but just wide of Tom Barrasso. And a break right there for Pittsburgh, and that's the end of the Islander power play.
Delgarno's timing was perfect. At 215 pounds, when he comes from the corner to the front of the net, if you're not right there to meet him, you can't stop him, and Mike Ramsey didn't have an angle on him.
Back to even strength with 9 minutes to go in the first period. And a 3-0 Pittsburgh lead. Martin Straka. Straka turns. He'll take the shot. Deflected in front. Battle in the corner for it. McEachran centers again. Straka was moving in, but he got squeezed out of the play. Thomas with a puck. Steve Thomas trying to send it in on Barrasso. Couldn't. Here's a turn and a 3-on-2 break. Straka coming. Straka drops it. Straka in front. The centering pass. No, one too many that time. One too many passes for Pittsburgh. Mike Needham was the intended the last time around.
And that could have been worse for the Penguins. When McEachran dropped it, he dropped it back into the slot. If the Islanders have 2 or 3 guys there, they get a 2 or 3-on-1 going the other way.
Claude Loisel plays it over to Uwe Krupp. Started as a 3-on-1 for Pittsburgh on that rush that they did not convert on. Krupp brings it in. His shot deflects to the far side corner. Samuelson over to get it. Samuelson jamming it up. Kasparaitis kicks it. Lemieux is on it. Lemieux able to free the puck up. Tocchet got it out. Krupp comes back to get it. Shots are 8-3 in favor of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh trying to take the lead in this series that is tied at 2-2, and they've got a 3-0 lead on the New York Islanders.
Has become one of the largest Ford dealers in the state of Florida. How? Our one-price sales philosophy. Shop our $14 million inventory. Every vehicle marked with our one lowest price. Get factory rebates, discount packages, flexible financing, and much more. Our goal, 100% customer satisfaction. Experience the one-price sales philosophy at Coos Ford.
You know, nobody gives you more.
On 441 between Sheridan Street and Sterling Road, Hollywood.
Lemieux at 19 seconds. Rick Tocchet at 54 seconds. Larry Murphy on a power play at 1:48. And that is the 3-0 lead the Pittsburgh Penguins have in this game. Grant Jennings plays it off the boards. Islanders here with just 3 shots on goal with 7:48 to go in the first. Lemieux leaves it for Stevens. Kevin Stevens back to Mario Lemieux. Mario the spin at it. Poke checked away. Couldn't control. Tocchet's got it. Tocchet to Lemieux cutting. Run off the boards. Mario is skating well right now. Delgarno cleared it out. Lemieux trying to get it back in. Stays onside as he hugs the line. Tocchet to Lemieux. Lemieux poke checked away from him out the center.
You know the Islanders would like to get a good crack at Mario, but boy, the best players and the guys with Mario vision, they used to call it Omni vision, but now it's Mario vision. And Wayne Gretzky, so many people said of Wayne Gretzky and of Bobby Orr, why don't you hit him? Why don't you hit him? And I used to say, why don't you try to hit him? I mean, these guys see everything. Wayne's hard to hit. Mario's hard to hit.
Penalty coming up here. It's going to be on Pittsburgh. Rick Tocchet got picked off along the boards and then held on to the Islander as he went down to the ice, and it was the retaliatory that got caught right there. Tocchet's out.
Well, that's one thing that can hurt the Penguins, Gary. I don't care what the numbers say about the Islanders' power play. If you take enough penalties, you're going to take your even strength situations off the ice, which really could help you with increasing the lead. And you end up facing power play after power play. And even though the Islanders have been cold in the playoff, 4 for 48, 8% and 2 for 18 in this series, you know, the old sooner or later theory comes into play, I think, especially when you look at Krupp and Malakoff and Jeff Corton. I mean, he got guys that can really rip it from the blue line.
Yeah, you cannot give those kind of chances up. What matters, of course, here for the Islanders is to get at least one of these back in this first period and not give up another one. Get themselves back on the board and get the play to be more even than it was in those first 3 minutes when Pittsburgh just came out and exploded on it. Malakoff sends it in. Barrasso got a little piece of that. Larry Murphy went over to play it. Ferraro's on him. Flatley moves in. Flatley kicked it away to the near side corner. Cleared up by Malakoff. Francis hit him with it. Joey Mullen's got it. And Mullen will bring it out. Joey Mullen, Malakoff all over him from behind. Spun him around, but he clears it in. Minute 30 remaining on this power play. Melikov, we've seen that explosive shot of this rookie. 3 goals and 4 assists thus far in the playoffs. He's tied for 4th among defensemen in scoring in the playoffs right now. Flatley sends it back to King to Ferraro. Ferraro up for Melikov. Melikov dumped it in. Couldn't be handled by Flatley. Centering pass blocked. Murphy's got it. Murphy wants to pin it up against the boards here and get a face-off if he can. Derek King on him. Flatley was there too. Lemieux's got it. Lemieux can't get it by Melikov. Second try, he does. Jeff Norton plays it back at center. 55 and the Islander advantage. Back for King. His shot. Save. Barrasso rebounded in the pads and hung on to it.
Boy, you can sure tell that Mario Lemieux is back and feeling good. He started this game at even strength. He has played every power play, and now he's taking care of the penalty-killing situation. So that's about as much ice time as any guy can handle. That is a sure sign that Mario Lemieux is as close to 100% as he needs to be to log that kind of ice time. Look at that, 6 minutes and 44 seconds out of the first 14 minutes of this game. That's just about half. And that's out of a dozen forwards.
Mario Lemieux played 2.5 minutes in the first game. He didn't play in the second. He played almost 26 minutes, just a second under that, game 3. And then went 5 minutes plus, 5 minutes 50 seconds in the last game where the back bothered him and he was used primarily on the power play, and then at the end of the game was put out.
And that's why you have to think the Penguins must win the games in which Mario plays, because there's just as strong a chance he won't be able to play game 6 as there is that he will be able to play.
Or the next period.
There you go.
Take advantage of him when he's out there and get all you can, because you never know how long he's going to be there. He certainly has been out there tonight. Face-off will come to the left of Tom Barrasso. Barrasso going for his 45th playoff win to tie Tony Esposito for 11th in wins in the all-time list if he could get it here tonight. He's 44 and 27 in his playoff career. Islander power play. Norton drops a shot. Group save made by Barrasso. In the corner, Thomas and Samuelson gave him a big shove. Not cleared out. Delgarno held it in. Steve Thomas trying to get it, couldn't, and it's flipped up and out of the zone. Nice play by Mullen again.
And this is the time that the New York Islanders would like to have Pierre Turgeon. They've got the guns from the point. We talked about that, and that's really who quarterbacks their power play is the guys back in the blue line, but Turgeon's their man down low. They just don't have anybody that can replace Pierre Turgeon down behind the goal line, in behind the net.
You can't take out your leading scorer and a man who, during the regular season for the New York Islanders, led them with 24 power play goals. Makes an enormous difference. Brought in by Delgarno. 2 seconds in the power play for the Islanders. Delgarno and Samuelson. Shell Samuelson tied him up. Thomas has got it. Penalty is over. Pittsburgh back to even strength now. The Islanders unable to convert. So they have not been able to take advantage of the power plays they've had in this game. 5 minutes to go in period number 1 from Pittsburgh. The Pens up.
When it comes to your financial future, Fortis can help protect you and those you love. Fortis, a worldwide financial services company, $46 billion strong. A powerful choice for mutual funds, life and health insurance, employee benefits. A name you can trust around the world and right in your own backyard. Fortis, solid answers for a changing world.
Cold filtered Miller Genuine Draft. For those who've discovered its smooth draft taste, the world is a very cool place.
But now I'm a man, way past 21.
A lot of people asked me today what happened to Tom Barrasso in Game 4. He allowed 6 goals in a span of 11 shots. Anybody that saw the highlights saw high shots off the post, saw a deflected shot, saw some situations where the puck was passed right through his feet to Derek King standing on the other side of the net. I didn't think Tom Barrasso was that bad.
No. Jaromir Jagr. Jagr dropped it. Troy Loney following in. Tried to take the pass from Needham. Loney's got it. Loney backed it up on the board. Jagr comes in to help out. Jaromir Jagr and Kasparaitis. Kasparaitis and Jagr still there. Jagr pushes it away. Uses the strength. Looking for help, dumped it back inside and almost got it there. He had Troy Loney alone. Loney gets it back. Jagr cutting. Taken out of the play by Kasparaitis before he could get to it. New York Islanders down here 3-0. Brian Mullen brought it into the zone. Whistle, and we're going to get yet another penalty here Kerry Fraser's got another high sticking. He wants those sticks down in this game.
It was a retaliation penalty. Darius Kasparaitis can get under anybody's skin, and that time he did it to Jaromir Jagr. And Jagr retaliated. Jagr's pretending that he doesn't understand English at this point, but Kerry Fraser's saying, hey, you, get over here. There it is. See Kasparaitis with the cross check. That started it.
Pittsburgh penalty, number 68.
Jaromir Jagr goes to the penalty box, picks up the high sticking call, and Pittsburgh continues to open this door for the New York Islanders, and the opportunity for the Islanders to do something on the power play here. Kasparaitis is complaining about the call that didn't come before that in the corner.
You know, Gary, I got a letter from a Lithuanian man complaining that we called Darius Kasparaitis Russian. He pointed out that Lithuania was the first country to fight for its independence from the Soviet communist regime. Many people died for the cause of freedom. And that was a point well taken. Many of our Lithuanian people in the audience certainly don't mean to offend. Certainly support independence and support freedom. Sometimes it's easier to identify somebody simply as a Russian.
Back to Francis. Francis moving in, taken away from him by Norton. Power play now for the New York Islanders. One of the most difficult things to deal with in broadcasting this season has been trying to figure out where people want to be from.
Exactly.
With the countries that have changed and continue to change the boundaries and the names, it has not been easy, and players this season have chosen one and then chosen another. Look at the play by Lemieux. Mario Lemieux tried to flip that by the defenseman and then follow it up himself on Jeff Norton, and almost was able to get away with it.
It was like bouncing a tennis ball in a tennis racket. He kept trying to bounce it on his stick going by. Now, guys try that in practice, but who tries that in a game?
Mario Lemieux. 3-0 Pittsburgh lead, and that was a short-handed effort. Third power play chance of the game for the New York Islanders. They have not been able to convert on the first two here, and they are now 2 for 21 in this series against Pittsburgh on the power play. They've got 55 seconds left on it. Delgarno to Thomas. Thomas tied up just enough from behind. What a job Joey Mullen has done. Thomas's shot gloved down. It'll be covered up with Ferraro cutting in and held on to by Tom Barrasso.
Well, even to have the presence of mind to try this. Watch Mario Lemieux. Little flip here just to get it up in the air and keep it within reach. A couple of hits. Oh, gosh, he missed it there once. That's a pretty good defensive play by Jeff Norton. He just stayed with him. I mean, forget about the puck. He wants to zero in on the beak of the Penguin, or the eye. See the eye of the Penguin on Mario's chest? When he starts with that fancy stuff, which only Mario can do, if you buy it, you're going to die one-on-one. So you got to go for the eye in the Penguin.
Coming up, our Dodge Intermission Report. We'll have Jim Schoenfeld, Elmore Gatti, back there with Jack Edwards, filling you in on the details of the other playoff games that are still going on. Tremendous hockey has been played in the playoffs thus far this season. Bill and I were taking a look at some of the numbers that have gone on this year as far as the playoffs are concerned. 19 overtime games, 10 additional one-goal games, and 10 other two-goal games.
Well, that makes 29 one-goal games if you add the overtime games and the one-goal games out of 60. That's how much we've played. So half of the games have been decided by one goal.
15 seconds left on this Islander power play. Norton brings it in. Jeff Norton centering, blocked by Barrasso. Delgarno save! Rebound, Thomas shot! Deflected off the defenseman. Couple of great chances right there. The last one blocked by Mario Lemieux.
Okay, so he's got the penalty kill taken care of. He's got the power play. He's got the tennis racket and the tennis ball play. He's got the penalty kill. And now he's blocking shots.
He wants to play goal. Just for a moment, that's all, just to see what it's like. Penalty is over. Back to even strength. Tocchet tips it in. So the Islanders are 0 for 3 in the power play in this period. Stevens centering pass blocked. It will be played by Mullen. Mullen coming. Fitzgerald able to get by the defenseman and bring it into the zone. Ulf Samuelsson is there to meet him, though. Fitzgerald's drop pass deflected by Stevens. Played up by Pittsburgh's Tocchet. He lost it to King. Minute 40 left to go, first period. Kasparaitis looking. Gets to the backhand side. Francis all over him. Francis knocks it away. Kasparaitis gives Francis a shot. Thought he had been hacked. Outside the zone, Malakoff. Islanders have got to clear the zone. Malakoff waits and sends it in on Tom Barrasso. A minute 20 left here. 3-0 Pittsburgh leading with the explosive start in this first period. Kasparaitis back. Joey Mullen. Mullen getting turned the other way. Francis took another shot at him after Kasparaitis got rid of the puck. Kasparaitis gives him the stick in the midsection as he goes by, heading to the bench. Played around by Tom Barrasso. That's all going on behind the play. 1 minute left to go in the first period. Daniels got it out to Mullen. Red line shot by Mullen. Len Healy knocks it down. Derek King goes back to get it. Even strength here as we finish out the first. Patrick Flatley shipping it in all the way around the boards. 46 seconds remaining to go here. The Islanders would dearly love to get one on the board. King centering, Flatley there. Flatley kicking, scrapping. Penalty coming up. Whoa, what a shot taken by Ulf Samuelsson on Patrick Flatley.
And the hold is what the call is. I think it's a stick hold that Fraser is calling on Ulf Samuelsson, but I don't think he is calling the retaliation. Well, maybe he is. Flatley looks like he's headed that way as well.
Goals at 19 seconds, 54 seconds, and 1:48 have given Pittsburgh the lead.
Got to take a close look at Ulf Samuelsson's helmet to see how tight that chin strap is. It's on the ice more than it is on his head. Look, and that came off so easily.
Gary Fraser is really upset, and the Pittsburgh bench is all over him for calling the extra penalty. He had to push off a Pittsburgh player as he tried to get away from the penalty box. Larry Murphy was so close to him, Fraser reached out and pushed him away as he tried to get away from the pack. And Pittsburgh Penguins that had surrounded him over there, and then the Pittsburgh bench got up in unison, including Scotty Bowman, and they were all over him, and finally Lemieux got up to take over the discussion.
No matter what the beef is, you got to give him his space. You see the line that's around the penalty box. You know, the red line that is around the penalty box is supposed to be a protective haven for the referee. When he stands in there, he tells everybody to stand outside of that circle that's by the penalty box. Here's the hold. You see it's a stick hold, and that's a good call. Samuelsson with a stick hold, but Flatley's cross-checking, and it's a blatant stick hold because it went on for about 5 seconds, but then watch Flatley. Oh, now they're straight right to the head. Now, over on the right of your screen where you can't see is Gary Fraser. Now, look at the traffic he had to look through, so that's perhaps why he didn't see the retaliation penalty. You can't take the law into your own hands just because the referee has not seen the retaliation.
Gary Fraser calls one on Ulf Samuelsson for holding the stick. That's it. So the Islanders have their 4th power play of the game with only 30 seconds left to go here. You see the struggle they have had on it. They are down 3-0. Back to get it is Ramsey. Ramsey clears it around. Benoit Hogue couldn't get it. Mario Lemieux does. Lemieux coming with Francis in the middle. Short-handed. Lemieux, the move, trying to go through. Can't get there. Stood up by Malakoff. Norton plays it behind the net. 14 seconds left to go in the period. Brought in by Norton, and they're offside. Stopping the clock with 8.4 to go here in the first. Shots are even at 9, but the score is still Pittsburgh 3 and the Islanders nothing.
One of the greatest sighs of relief was heard on the East Coast by Derek King in Game 4 when he got his 2 goals, and the sigh of relief has shifted to Pittsburgh because Mario is at least healthy enough to finish the first period. He came out just wired.
What a tremendous start to this hockey game. Pittsburgh Penguins, they have gone 5-1 without Mario Lemieux over the last 2 years in the playoffs. With him, of course, they pile up enormous numbers in the playoffs. They have gotten it done both ways. When he isn't there, they rely on defense. When he is there, open it up, skate and shoot. And it works, and the fans are loving it here at the Igloo in Pittsburgh.
Well, you know, the Islanders did settle things down. I mean, they are trailing 3-0, but they settled things down. So what they have to do is continue to be patient and hope that Mario Lemieux kind of cools off because he was a man on fire in the first period.
He just set the whole thing up, and the Islanders will start with a power play in the second, but after 1 here in Pittsburgh, it's the Penguins 3 and the Islanders nothing. Our first intermission, back to Jeff.
All right, Gary Thorne, thank you very much. Coming up on this Dodge Intermission Report, we will have the comments and analysis from Jim Schoenfeld and Al Morganti. We'll also look at the classic coaching matchup in this series with Scotty Bowman and Al Arbour behind the benches. It is 3-0 in favor of the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champion Pittsburgh Penguins. We'll be back to look back at the first period in just a minute. 54 seconds in, the Pens were up 2-0. After 20 minutes, it's 3-0.
Here's 2 points about Avis. 1, we've got great Avis saver rates on compacts, intermediates, and minivans like this Chevy Lumina.
With free, unlimited mileage.
Call us or grab the one you want.
Point 2, as employee owners, we really do try harder.
At last,
are over. And life is like a song. Oh, yeah, yeah, at last. The skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped up in clover. The night I looked at you.
Are you an AT&T salesman?
Yes.
Is your company telling customers that MCI's 800 service isn't reliable?
Yes.
Is that the truth?
Yes.
When you see what AT&T is saying to American business, you might ask yourself an interesting question. Where did all these people go?
Some things were made to fade away, but not Dutch for. Ooh, we gotta look that last. We gotta look that last.
How do you order a Miller Genuine Draft Light, the cold filtered light with smooth draft taste, at a singles bar?
Give me an MGD Light. Anyone have change for 20? We'll let him in here.
Say MGD Light and say no more.
The Dodge Intermission Report is presented by the New Dodge, a division of the Chrysler Corporation.
Welcome to the Dodge Intermission Report. I'm Jack Edwards. After one period, it is Pittsburgh 3 and the Islanders 0 in Game 5 of the Patrick Finals. And Jim Schoenfeld, your assignment for tonight was to look at an important shift. And you could have mailed it in the last 19 minutes of this period because Pittsburgh went out and set an NHL playoff record for you, scoring twice in the first 54 seconds, 2 fastest goals at the beginning of a game.
Absolutely. A big first shift for the Penguins. You knew they were going to come out and try to establish an offensive game. If you want to beat the Pens, you have to be almost perfect with your neutral zone and defensive zone coverage. The Islanders were far from perfect on this one. There's the most dangerous player in the game, 66, Merrill Lemieux. Look how long he's in the slot. There's not an Islander around him. A little miscue by Healy behind the net. An early lead for the Pens. Delgarno goes down here. That's okay. Now, one pass catches 2 more Islanders. Baskey mishandles it, neutral zone. Now you got a 3-on-1. The Pens with a 3-on-1. Lemieux to Stevens. Tocchet, easy goal. Thank you very much. And that's what they wanted. The good thing for the Islanders was that they were finally able to settle down. The Pens got another goal. They have 3, but that's all they got in the first period. Now you have 40 minutes. They don't have to open up that much yet. They just have to pick away, be patient, try to get a goal about every 15 minutes and get back in this game.
Yeah, and meanwhile, shut down Pittsburgh, which is sometimes a difficult task in Pittsburgh. Looking to the other series, if you were wondering, yes, it has happened before. In 1970, a team won all 4 games by the same score, 4-2, but it was 4-3 all 4 times. Kirk Muller scoring in overtime. The Blackhawks did it to Detroit back in 1970. The Habs did it to the Sabres this time around by 4-3 scores. Now, Al, you got Montreal winning 8 straight games. 7 of those games have been 1-goal games. So not only are the Canadiens playing winning hockey, but they are playing very, very well when it's tight.
Well, for the traditional, it's hard to think of a Montreal team as a kind of a stealth team in the playoffs. Usually all the focus is on them, but they are kind of a stealth team here. They had a bad stretch at the end of the season. They've come on strong 8 in a row, a lot of momentum, and they have a week off now to get healthy. Brian Bellows' ribs get healthy. Patrick Waugh was coming on strong. A week to kind of game plan and strong centermen to play, presumably against Pittsburgh guys like Carbonneau, Kirk Muller, tough guys like that, Jim.
Yeah, it was real fitting that Kirk Muller from the Montreal Canadiens be the guy to score the goal that finally eliminated the Buffalo Sabres. Excuse me. Muller and his line did an excellent job of shutting down Pat LaFontaine and Alexander McGillney, the Sabres' big guns. He has become the inspirational leader of the Montreal Canadiens. At this point in his career, Kirk Muller is the hardest working superstar in the game.
Well, the 10th of May is a special day for us watching this Game 5, but it is an historic day in Boston. Remember it as the day 23 years ago that Bobby Orr brought the cup back to Boston Garden. It completed a sweep of the St. Louis Blues. The legendary Dan Kelly had the call.
Tried a shot that was wide, and Keenan cleared it, but not out. Bobby Orr behind the net to Sanderson. Orr! Bobby Orr!
Magic Moments, presented by Dodge. Ken Dryden came to the Canadiens right out of the Ivy League and was instantly one of hockey's most unique players. Though his career spanned just 8 seasons, Dryden was on 6 Cup champions and won or shared in 5 Vezina trophies. The '71 Stanley Cup Playoffs saw Dryden emerge as a star as he won the Conn Smythe Trophy as the MVP in one of hockey's magic moments.
Can you spot the award-winning child seat in this picture? Give up? The Intrepid's child seat is built in. It's kind of like Intrepid's traction control system, anti-lock brakes, or its standard airbags for the driver and front passenger. You can't see them, but they're there when you need them. Intrepid. This changes everything.
They're wired for speed on a new course in America's premier cycling event. An international field of champions defy pain and exhaustion as they fight to capture the prestigious Tour de Pont. Tomorrow at 6:30 Eastern on ESPN.
Welcome back to the Dodge Intermission Report. After 20 minutes in Pittsburgh, the Penguins lead the Islanders 3-0. There aren't too many surprises left for the coaches in this series. Scotty Bowman and Al Arbour are number 1 and 2 in all-time regular season victories and number 1 and 2 in all-time playoff victories. John Saunders takes a look at 2 of the NHL's all-time greats.
The New York Islanders are playing with playoff confidence and capitalizing on every opportunity. The Pittsburgh Penguins are a team with strength, talent, discipline, and teamwork. The masterminds behind this winning attitude are no strangers to the playoffs, the record books, or each other. Scotty Bowman began his coaching career with the expansion team, the St. Louis Blues, in '67. He adopted a tough, disciplined style of coaching, which has earned him 6 Stanley Cups. Though his coaching style has mellowed a bit, his well-deserved reputation and influence of the game have not.
Scotty is an outstanding hockey person. He knows the game inside out. He lives and breathes hockey. You know, I played for him in St. Louis, where we maybe had an experienced hockey club, but a lot of veterans blended in with a few kids, and we were in the playoffs and the finals against the great Montreal teams. And Scotty left and went to Montreal, had a dynasty in Montreal. Now he's with Pittsburgh. Fine, you have great players in Montreal and in Pittsburgh, but you know, you've got to handle those players and have them blend together and play as a team, and he has that. And, you know, Scotty's one of the greatest coaches in the history of hockey.
Al Arbour played for Scotty Bowman in St. Louis and spent 14 years in the league as a player. Then he moved that motivation to win behind the bench. Arbour has coached a league-leading 1,522 regular season games, is second only to Scotty Bowman in wins. In his 18th season coaching the Islanders, he still maintains that will to win.
He's had a lot of winning, you know, tradition about him, and as a player, and then as a coach in the minors and a player, and then with St. Louis, and now with the Islanders. He actually was there from just about when they started. He missed, I think, the first year, and built them into a dynasty, and then the team got old, and now all of a sudden they made a couple of real good trades. Al's been able to mold a young talent the way he wants to.
I think I've learned an awful lot from him as a player, and I coached with Scotty when Scotty was a general manager in St. Louis also. He stepped aside. So definitely I learned an awful lot from him, and I was fortunate. I had a lot of good people that I've come up with through the ranks, and I've learned an awful lot from each and every one of them. I took what I thought would benefit me, and then I put everything together, and I had to be myself. We're different, but I think our basic philosophy on the game is pretty close to being the same.
Well, certainly most coaches, after the first 20 minutes of Game 5, would prefer to be in Scotty Bowman's shoes rather than Al Arbour's. It is 3-0 in favor of the Penguins in Game 5. Will it get a little bit rougher in the second period? Wolf Samuelsson and Pat Flatley mixing it up in front of the goal. We'll be back to Pittsburgh in a minute.
You guys are going to love this hole. Let's see what you got. A little left to right. Whoa! Ugly shot. Oh, don't look at it. Trust me, that is where you want to be.
Come on, let me show you where it's at.
Oh, yeah.
The party has started.
David, you are beautiful. Gentlemen, what'll it be? Miller Lite. 4?
Get it? 4?
For great taste and a less filling beer, join the club.
So what's the rest of this course look like? I have no idea.
Miller Lite. It's everything you want a beer to be.
The new Honda V4 Magna. Nothing's meaner.
Oil. It's the lifeblood of your engine. That makes your oil filter your engine's most vital organ. That's why Fram keeps going the extra mile to make the best protection even better. The Fram Extra Guard Oil Filter. Unique glass fiber paper stops more dirt than any other filter for the best protection ever. Fram Extra Guard. American or import, it's an extra lease on life.
To demonstrate how Subway's dropping the price of our 6-inch cold cut combo, I'm gonna bungee cord drop off this bridge. The 700-foot vertical drop gives me ample time to remind you Subway has the freshest tasting sandwiches anywhere because we bake our own bread, cut our own vegetables, and make sandwiches fresh before your eyes. And now with this price drop, our cold cut combo's just $1.49. Thanks. You're welcome.
The 6-inch cold cut combo, $1.49 at Subway, the place where fresh is the taste.
They're two of baseball's most electrifying superstars. Bo Jackson and the kid, Ken Griffey Jr., clash when the White Sox face the Mariners. Tomorrow night, live on ESPN, Tuesday Night Baseball.
The Blues and Leafs head back to Toronto tied 2 games apiece. That is tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern Time on ESPN. And then on Wednesday, the Pens and Isles, Game 6. One of these two teams will have a chance to end it. We'll go back to Pittsburgh for Game 5 with the Pens leading 3-0 after 1 in a minute.
Real golf for $5? The Pines Par 3, day or night. Fun for one and all. Your clubs are ours. Open 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days. The Pines Par 3, the only lighted Par 3 in South Broward. After a day of golf, feast at Joe Gio's Caddy Shack restaurant. Enjoy a full menu featuring wings, ribs, and seafood. We also deliver for lunch and dinner. 2 locations for the best food. Call us.
Tomorrow, the NHL is playing for keeps.
The Blues face the Maple Leafs in Game 5 tomorrow night, live on ESPN.
ESPN's presentation of the Stanley Cup Playoffs is brought to you by the new Dodge, a division of the Chrysler Corporation, and by Kit Car Wax. Goes on fast, wipes off easy, shine and protection that lasts.
And welcome back to Pittsburgh, everybody. Gary Thorne, Bill Clement. This is a tough place to beat the Pittsburgh Penguins. They've won 4 out of 5 playoff games here this season. And with a 3-0 lead here after 1, they're now outscoring the opposition at home 26-9. And wow, what a start to this game.
The obstacle looks like 3 goals, but what are the chances of the Penguins not scoring any more goals in this game the way they're playing? I think that's a slim chance. The New York Islanders were down 19 seconds into this hockey game. That's how long it took the Penguins to score. And if you look at the right of your screen here, you see 3 New York Islanders over against the boards. That was the problem because only 2 Penguins were there. The play was moved around behind Glenn Healy, and absolutely all alone in front was Mario Lemieux. How alone was he? Well, we've got another angle of this replay, and it's an ISO angle of just Mario. What can you see? About 6, 8, 10 feet on either side of him? Anywhere. Where's anybody in blue? Nowhere. And the pump after the goal. Yeah, he was revved. not only revved on that goal, he picked up an assist only seconds after that. You know what else he got? A shot block. Watch this, number 66 in front of Tom Barrasso, down on his knees for a perfect block on the shot by Steve Thomas. Terrific numbers in the first period for Mario Lemieux. He played half of the period, 10 shifts, 1 goal, 1 assist, had a shot block. Shaquille Lemieux, great first period.
He's back, and he may have to wait a minute to get this thing started in the second period. They're working on the ice. I told you it's 90 degrees outside. They've kept the building very cool here today, but as the crowd gathered in here tonight, and another sellout crowd, the 6th they've had for the playoffs, the building obviously is warming up, and they were a little concerned, they being the crew that works the arena, trying to keep this baby cold here. Most arenas have now gone to the double Zamboni. You see 2 Zambonis that lays the ice down faster when you have during the intermissions, and also if you lay it down faster, it allows the ice and the water to settle more, which generally will give you better ice. So that's what they've tried to do here with that 90-degree weather outside. Our Miller Genuine Draft Light scoring summary looks like this. First goal, Lemieux's 6th of the playoff from Stevens and Tocchet at 19 seconds. Same line out. Tocchet gets his 6th of the playoffs. This time it's Stevens and Lemieux at 54 seconds, a 2-0 lead. Then on the first power play chance for Pittsburgh, Larry Murphy gets his 2nd of the playoffs, his 1st against the Islanders. Rick Tocchet the assist at 1:48 for Rick Tocchet, a goal and 2 assists in the first period of this game. Mario Lemieux, Tocchet, and Murphy all had a couple shots on goal. The Islanders led in shots by Norton and Malakoff, who each had 2. The shots at the end were 10-9 in favor of the Islanders at the end of the first period.
We could only sit here and wonder if Mario's back was tightening up during the intermission, but that's a time when they can actually work on it. Massage, make sure that he gets into certain positions stretching wise to keep his back loose. So it's actually an advantage, and Mario will start this period on the penalty kill.
And while they take away the excess water on the ice, we'll pause. Be right back for the start of the second.
Quote, a Dodge Ram pickup with a Magnum Cummins diesel has the power to out-torque, out-pull, just flat-out work Ford and Chevy diesels. Unquote. Dodge, the most powerful line of trucks anywhere.
Now get $500 cash back on regular cab Dodge Ram Cummins diesel pickups.
Ice surface taken care of, and we are back. Just underway in the second period, and the New York Islanders will continue their 4th power play of the game. Malakoff to the red line, sends it into the corner. Tom Barrasso back to get it. Power play for the Islanders. Norton shot. It hit the post! Hit the post! Rebound King, and a save made by Barrasso. Tom Barrasso got a piece of the shot by Norton. It deflected off his blocker and hit the post. He thought it had gone in. Hogue shot, and it deflected, never got in on goal. Another penalty coming up behind the play. And this one is going to be a slashing call on Brad Delgarno. And a discussion going on with the linesman and Kerry Fraser, the referee here.
Watch this shot by Jeff Norton. It got under Tom Barrasso's skates somehow. I mean, it looked like it was just about headed in line for the post as it was. But
that was a goal.
Did that go in and hit that?
That was a goal, and that's what the linesman told Kerry Fraser.
Well, that happened earlier in this series. Remember, one went in and hit that. It was in this series, wasn't it? I know we saw one of those.
That was a goal. One of the linesmen saw it. Kerry Fraser is now called the video replay judge. And credit the linesman on this one. Watch this puck. It has to cross the line entirely. You'll see the puck behind the line. No question about it.
Gary, they've got to do something about that casing, that kind of plastic overlap that goes around the base of the net, because that's the second time a puck has gone in and come out.
Norton is going to be credited with the goal on this. They have one of the backup officials working in the booth with the official supervisor, so they've got a referee upstairs, the supervisor of officials is upstairs, and the video replay judge upstairs, all in the room where they have all the replay machines.
Right.
But there's no question about this, at least on this angle. This is a goal.
You know, if the puck is shot hard enough, if it hits this area of the net, and you'll see it here too, if it's shot hard enough, you can tell the difference between the post and that part of the net, because off the post it will come clanging right back out, won't it?
Yes.
But this puck was slowed down, so when it hit there, it just kind of came out at the same speed as it went in. I think that's one of the reasons it was hard to tell, is that it was losing speed as it hit.
But there's no question on the replay. Boy, that went all the way across the line and came back out, and I don't know which one of the linesmen saw it, but Ron Finn and Kevin Collins immediately on the whistle for the penalty went to Kerry Fraser and said, call up, because we think that went in. So, of course, Kerry Fraser right over to the phone.
You know, Gary, I'm not sure that the replay officials have all of the angles that we have. They may, and if they do, this shouldn't be taking this long. That's why I'm saying that, because that overhead to me was absolutely conclusive. We've got more camera angles than an octagon, and there's not enough room, I don't think, in the replay booth to have all of the same tape machines.
Maybe they ought to give us a phone.
There you go.
Kerry, it's us. Well,
yeah, he's saying the goal's good. I think he's saying the goal's good. And the wife and kids are doing fine? Yeah. Okay. Let's get back to action.
We've been told in the replay booth they get 2 program feeds, television feeds that are going out like ESPN's. They get the high ISO camera, which is the one that's over the net. We show you that overhead shot that looks down. They get that one. They did not see our angle, however, and there's no way to feed it to them. However, I guarantee you they have a television set up there with ESPN on.
Perhaps, yeah. And you can scan the plays that are subject to review.
Gary Fraser's still on the phone talking here. This is the overhead we were talking about. Now, they do get this, so they should be able to tell them they don't get this. All right, they do not get this shot.
Well, it's a good 5 inches over, but something has to be done about that net. Because, you know, when the puck goes across the line, there shouldn't be anything sticking out there that it could come out as a result of hitting.
I'm going to look really bad if Kerry Fraser doesn't call this a goal.
Oh, you won't look as bad as the replay official.
Well, if they don't have the angles, not their fault. Kerry Fraser, long time with the video. It's up on the board. They've made the right call. And remember, in the end, the only thing that matters here is that the call be right. The officials will tell you that time after time. Now
what he's arguing.
Yes, arguing? Because now the clock goes back to the time the goal was scored. The penalty occurred after the goal was scored. Does the penalty still go up? The answer is yes. The penalty does go up on the board. That's in the rule that even though the clock goes back to where the time was at the time of the goal, if a penalty infraction occurs afterwards,
has to be.
The penalty still counts.
Has to be that way.
And the call was made by Kerry Fraser. That's the first time I have seen that scenario played out.
Me too.
In use of the video replay.
And this is so simple a 7-year-old could understand it. Kerry Fraser saying, quick, somebody bring me a 7-year-old. They can't make head or tails of it.
It's like taking candy from a baby. You ever try to take candy from a baby? Kerry Fraser is explaining this, obviously, to Al Arbor, and you can understand why Al wants to make the point as best he can here. But it's the rule that if there's a penalty called in a situation like this, the penalty still goes up on the board.
Clock's rolled back.
Clock goes back to where it was at the time the goal was scored.
Right, that's exactly what Fraser was saying.
And they know that because in the video replay booth, they have a clock superimposed on the screen that keeps a constant tally. So when they go back and look, they can tell when the puck crossed the line. They'll know what the time of it was. Then the scorer's table will put that time back up. The penalty we're talking about here is Brad Delgarno at 31 seconds was called for slashing.
Well, here is the shot by Jeff Norton. Really was a low percentage shot, Gary, because he didn't have anybody screening. And on the left of your screen, number 15 for the Islanders. Now he's in the middle of the screen. Delgarno standing right in front of Tom Barrasso. Plays ticking away, and he's getting cross-checked. Come back in. So it's a long time after the fact that Delgarno picked up. There's the slash. See, Delgarno jumped at Rick Tar at Mario Lemieux and tried to slash him and missed. But even if you miss, if you try to slash, it's going to be called.
I'm sure what they're doing right now is they're checking the time here. The other thing they've got to look at as the penalty, of course, Dolph Samuelson was on. That resulted in that power play goal. It is a power play goal picked up by Jeff Norton. It's his first of this season and his second of his career. So Norton from Derek King at 31 seconds. Poor Jeff Norton didn't get anyone to celebrate his goal with. Everything was going on, and left at the end of it was the fact he's got the Islanders on the board. That's a big goal.
So he's sitting on the bench, and all of a sudden he says, yay.
Yay, I scored. So the goal puts the Islanders up on the board. That is a power play goal. It is only the third power play goal that they have been able to pick up here in this series. And the score is now Pittsburgh 3 and the Islanders 1.
Weird, and it happened 29 seconds into the period.
And Pittsburgh now is on a power play, remember, because of the penalty. Score! Mario Lemieux, Tocchet screening in front, and an Patrick Flatley leveled in the corner before that goal was scored.
I don't see Kerry Fraser waving anything off, and I didn't hear a whistle. We'll check on this one. But things just get weirder. This is 14 seconds after the Islanders scored. And you know what? By the clock, this is actually before the Delgarno penalty really happened. The shot, I don't know if it was deflected. It came out of the pile. It was deflected, I believe, out of the pile over to Mario Lemieux. And he had a wide open cage. It was a tap-in. Maybe we can show you what happened to Pat Flatley. Oh, man, he went in kind of crooked with the knees and with the ankle, and he's grabbing his right knee right away. That wasn't a big hit by Kevin Stevens. Pat Flatley's legs got a little funky on him as he went into the boards. Hanging out of the pack. Mario Lemieux gives the Penguins a 4-1 lead, and he was calling for it all the way. That might have gone directly to him, Gary.
Yeah, it went right by Kasparaitis, and Tocchet had tied up 2 of the Islanders. Kasparaitis and really the goaltender had tied up. The way he was standing out in front there, he was forcing Glenn Healy not to move towards Lemieux. What a story being written here. 2 goals and an assist in tonight's game for Mario Lemieux. He now has 51 career playoff goals. Ron Francis picking up the assists along with Larry Murphy. The Norton goal came at 31 seconds in a power play. Mario answers it at 45 seconds.
A shame for Pat Flatley, Gary. And he has been snake-bitten by injuries most of his career. He finally had an 80-game season, so he only missed 4 out of 84. But he was really grabbing his right knee as he went down in that play.
Boy, what a strange game this is turning into, and it is certainly not decided here. We've only played a minute here into the second period. Around the net, Tom Barrasso held it up for Ramsey, who pushes it up to Stevens. A 4-1 Pittsburgh lead. Here they go again. Mario Lemieux coming. Tocchet trailing Murphy. Tocchet couldn't get it to him. Tocchet on the near side. Lemieux got held up behind the play. In front, covered up by Glenn Healy. He gets the stick up, pushing away.
That's as great a defensive play on a one-on-one as I've seen against Mario Lemieux, and it was by Vladimir Malakoff. That's really played him well. But now the Islanders are without their leader. The Penguins get theirs back in Mario Lemieux, their captain, and the Islanders captain goes down on this play. Pat Flatley, you can see that he's off balance going into the boards. Gary, his left foot kind of went in crooked, and yet he went down seemingly grabbing his right knee. And he's in pain instantly. There was no delayed reaction.
Well, we'll get a report on that, but it certainly didn't look good. Look at the numbers he's putting up. 12 shift, 2 goals and assists, played 10 minutes and 41 seconds of this game. That's why they don't know about this back. Evidence here tonight, the fact he gets in and plays like this after a game where he could hardly play 2 days ago. On the near side, Derek King, the shot. Save made. Barrasso can't find it. He's got it. Hangs on. Taglianetti taking King out of the play and went in for the rebound. This thing is really wide open. This game is entirely different from the last game we saw here in game 3 that we did, where they played that defensive battle. The last game, they didn't do anything in the first, and then the whole game just exploded in the third period, and they've continued it here.
Well, it wasn't. The Penguins certainly wanted to play this kind of style, but we saw Mario Lemieux ISO'd on his goal 19 seconds into the game. The Islanders looked very loose this morning, and we talked about the Pittsburgh Penguins appearing to be very tight, and I can take most of these notes that I have in front of me based on those two things and toss them away because the Islanders really got a little bit of brain lock early. They've settled it down a bit, and just Mario's genius has been something that they haven't been able to handle. But they were behind the 8-ball by the time they really calmed down, and Al Arbour's timeout that he took after the second goal was really well placed.
Boy, what a huge goal that last one by Lemieux was. The Islanders had everybody here sitting down in the long delay looking at the video replay. They got the goal out of it that wasn't going to be called originally. And then back they come in the first shift the other way, and Lemieux scores, and it's 4-1 Pittsburgh. Islanders trying to get the opportunity to Norton. Norton holding it in. This is an even strength, not a power play here. Norton goes cross ice with it. Ray Ferraro dumps it behind the net. Francis back to get it. King had it. Deflects into the middle off Fitzgerald. Back comes Daniels. Daniels, the rookie, sends it in. Glenn Healy behind the net holds it up for Norton. Norton will bring it up ice. Shots are even at 12-12. A lot of action for 12-12 shots. Pittsburgh leading by 3. Ferraro behind the net, hit by Samuelson, taken by Steve Thomas, knocked away from him nicely by Dave Tippett. Tippett, outstanding defensive forward. The puck underneath him. Thomas took him down. Tippett tried to glove it away. Held in by Brian Mullen behind the net to Ferraro. Ferraro out there on the line now with Thomas and Tippett. Troy Loney in the corner, held it up with Jennings. Jennings around the net for Samuelson. Shell Samuelson trying to get it out of the zone. Kasparaitis trying to hold it in, but it had already come out after he gloved it. Kevin Collins, the linesman, moves in and makes sure nothing else goes on there. Baseball coming up here on ESPN. The Texas Rangers and it's the Chicago White Sox and the Seattle Mariners. Bo Jackson and the White Sox are red hot right now. 4 straight, first in the American League West. And the Seattle Mariners are hitting home runs along with the Detroit Tigers right up there for the team lead in homers with Ken Griffey Jr. tied for second in the league with 9. That's all coming up right here on ESPN tomorrow.
I bet you Texas plays Wednesday.
That was the other card. Well, you do a billion promos a game. That's going to happen once in a while. Penguins 4 and the Isles 1. 17:15 left to go here in the second period. Full house on hand, and they have had quite a game to go home and tell their neighbors about. You should have seen this one. And it's far from over. It seems like we've played about 4 periods of hockey, and we're just 3 minutes into the second period, but we've had so much go on in it. Played at center ice, tipped in by Brian Mullen to the corner. Tom Barrasso goes back to get it. Mullen was moving in on him. Thomas over on Al Samuelson. Thomas tipped it away. Islanders will have to regroup at center ice. Baskey was over. Way deeper in the zone as Yager knocked it back. Samuelson was there to play it. Brian Mullen up in the forecheck. That pass Thomas, but right over to Yager. Jaromir Yager as it gets a little ragged. Yager coming, he's got Loney with him. Yager looking. Yager the move. Yager in. Yager the shot deflected. And Healy got a piece of that as Troy Loney was right on the doorstep. Lemieux, Yager and Loney. Loney bangs it off the side of the net. Benoit Hogue coming with Thomas. Hogue back to Thomas. Thomas in. Thomas can't get the shot off, tied up from behind. Great play by Larry Murphy that time, who picked the stick up of Steve Thomas. Norton holds it in. Off to Thomas. Shot banged off Murphy again. Back to Thomas. Murphy's right there with him. Thomas goes around him. Thomas trying to run it in. Can't. And it'll be played up 3-on-3 the other way as players separate behind the play. Like action. Hang on. Lemieux to Murphy. Larry Murphy trying to send it in. Had it blocked by Mullen. Played by Thomas. Long shift here for Steve Thomas. Tom Barrasso goes back to get it. Al Samuelson takes it in behind the net. 15:42 left in the second. Tocchet with Lemieux. But the Islanders are 3 back. Tocchet looking for help. Takes the shot himself. It was blocked. Went off Richard Pilon. Jammed up in the corner. Lemieux over there tied up by Pilon. Norton trying to back it out. Got it there to Loisel. Loisel quickly up ice and will follow the play in. Travis Green tried to hit him. Couldn't. Knocked down by Tocchet. Poked away by Loisel. Rick Tocchet spins away. Had trouble gaining ground on that one and finally whips it out of the zone. Wow, skate got buried. Uwe Krug touches that for the icing. Pittsburgh leading the Islanders 4-1. 15:09 to go in the second.
Quote, A Dodge Ram pickup with a Magnum Cummins diesel has the power to out-torque, out-pull, just flat-out work Ford and Chevy diesels. Unquote. Dodge, the most powerful line of trucks anywhere.
Now get $500 cash back on regular cab Dodge Ram Cummins diesel pickups.
Fast. Easy. You're done.
Yeah.
Beautiful. It's Kit. And it lasts.
How do you order a Miller Genuine Draft Light? The cold filtered light with smooth draft taste. At happy hour.
1 MGD Light, please.
Say MGD Light and say no more.
We're okay. 4-1 Pittsburgh, almost 5-1. Jaromir Jagr danced in. Watch this move. He's looking one way, pulls it the other way, and Dennis Vasky didn't have a chance, but watch who knocks the puck off his stick. Troy Loney. Jaromir tried one more move.
Well, we are seeing some hockey moves out here by some great stars and talented players in this game. Francis had it clipped away by Uwe Krupp. Shots are 12-12 still. It's been that way for the last 3 minutes. The teams have gone up and down the ice without getting shots, but have had scoring opportunities. Kasparaitis. Kasparaitis blue line shot on Barrasso. He's got a stick sitting there at the side of the net. Got it up to Joey Mullen. Mullen worked it out to center. Fitzgerald there over to Krupp. Uwe Krupp back in. Down the boards, looking to the middle for Fitzgerald. Didn't find anybody. Fitzgerald gets it himself. Back in shot. He missed it on the backhand.
Jeff Daniels
is settled.
Daniels is without a stick. What's he going to do here?
Daniels has been without a stick here for the whole shift. Cleared around the board. Samuelson. Pittsburgh can't get it out. Dakota drops it off. Couldn't get it. Kasparaitis' a shot blocked by Mullen. Mullen just dropped down and then comes away with the puck. Mullen brings it in with Daniels, who got his stick back. Francis plays it out at center. I'll tell you, the Islanders have had their chances in this game, despite the fact they've been outplayed 3-on-2. Barrasso makes the save and covers up. And he didn't like Nick Vakota diving by with his stick out that time either. Barrasso answered by putting the stick out. Has a little talk with Derek King. They settle things right there.
Now, the one thing the Penguins can't afford is odd man rushes. 2-on-1s, 3-on-2s, breakaways, and that time they gave Mick Vakota and his other two forward pals out there a 3-on-2. That was the problem for Tom Barrasso, and it was really a clean 3-on-2 all the way from center. Here it is. Vakota with the drop to Derek King. A smart play by Derek King. He knows he's going to be able to outnumber in close, so get it to Tom Barrasso and get there for the rebound. See if we can see what Tom Barrasso was taking exception with. He knows he's got the puck. Oh, yeah. Nick Vakota, hey, listen, this is the Patrick Division Finals. You're going to jam at anything you can, because Tom Barrasso really didn't have a full handle on that.
He's playing much better offensively than we saw in the first couple of games.
It's amazing the weight that lifts off your shoulders when you've come out of a slump. Derek King was noticeably pressing. When he scored his first goal, the first of 2 in Game 4, he turned into the corner and the camera caught a shot of him saying, finally.
Players say they don't feel that kind of pressure.
Oh, wrong. But you can say, listen, I'm just going to go out there and keep on flying and all that good stuff and all the right answers. Inside, you're just praying game after game. Come on, I gotta get one.
Please give me one.
Give Al Arbour some credit too. I mean, he's up against it here against the Penguins, and we could have said, listen, Derek, you're just not doing it. I'm going to have to demote you. We thought he was going to do that one game, and it appeared as if he was ready to. And then just when the opening faceoff occurred, he reinstated him with his regular line with the Gunners, and Derek King had a pretty decent game. The following game, he scored 2.
Very decent game. Played into the corner. Vasky going back at it for the Islanders. 4-1. Pittsburgh on top. Mario Lemieux has had an explosive show in this game. A couple of goals and an assist. Rick Tocchet right there with the puck. He's got 3 points, a goal and 2. Tocchet shot deflected. Lemieux wrap around the tip. Dropped it. Shot save on Stevens by Healy. And the backhand shot by Stevens is over the net. What a chance for Stevens. Set up by Mario Lemieux in front, and somehow Glenn Healy got to it. That's a very important, very big save. 12:54 left to go in the second period. 4-1 Pens.
One hot afternoon, 2 paths came to cross.
Alan. Clint. I'll give you the 3. 1, 2.
1, 2, 3. Come on, let me show you where it's at. Cold Miller Lite, I like it like that. Come on.
Clint
Black and Alan Jackson. Only Miller Lite could bring together great taste and great music.
Oh, Miller Lite, I like it like that. Come on.
A truly sophisticated automobile can tell you a lot about itself. In the placement of its controls and switches, in their feel and ease of operation, in the information the car gives you. Every thoughtful detail of the Intrepid's instruments ensures that you'll never be in the dark. Intrepid. This changes everything.
This series is tied at 2-2. There will be a game 6. We will have it for you right here on ESPN day after tomorrow. And we'll have the St. Louis Blues and Toronto tomorrow night. Bill and I will be there for that one, and then back at the island. Tipped into the zone by Tippett. My wife hearing that for the first time is going, what? Is that tomorrow night? King drops it off. No, I go home tomorrow. Thursday. I got you. Yeah. Brought in by Ferraro. Ferraro knocked away by Taglianetti. Jam around on Barrasso. Knocked down. Yager moves in. Penalty coming up. It's going to be on Pittsburgh. Taglianetti behind the net. Peter Taglianetti got the stick and the elbow up that time. He's heading over to the penalty box, and once again, power play chance for the Isles.
You bet. They'll take it at this stage. 12:27 to go in this period. Lots of time. Good move by Steve Thomas. What a workhorse. He doesn't have a point in this series, but it's not for lack of trying. Takedown behind the net actually was the penalty. And watch this. This happened a couple of minutes ago. It was at the far end of the ice. Mario Lemieux coming around. Travis Green's stick is stuck in the net. And Mario Lemieux spins away from Travis Green when this shot comes in on Glenn Healy. You know, in this sequence, after the fact, Glenn Healy poked Mario Lemieux in the back of the leg, and they were having words when we went to break. That's why. Healy gave a pretty good chop on the back leg. You can see on that angle, Travis Green's stick stuck in the net. What is wrong with this picture?
Just leave it there till you need it. Norton takes the shot. Deflected. Power play underway for the Islanders. Malakoff saved by Barrasso. Boy, Malakoff almost picked off Brad Delgarno, who was cutting through the crease. I think Delgarno heard that whistle by his head. Somehow Barrasso saw it.
See Lemieux with the stick out, and I don't know, he may have touched it.
Straight on, and boy, he can shoot. Minute 52 left on this power play. The New York Islanders with a power play chance. The Islanders opportunity here. Their 5th of the game. They've had the 10 shots. 10 of their 16 shots have come on the power play in this game. Behind the net, Barrasso goes back to play it. Norton moving up. Norton able to hold it in. Good play as he got it around Ron Francis. Norton stepping up again for it. Back to the point. Benoit Hogue trying to hold it in. Batted in the air by Murphy. Play by Norton. Norton ends up down low. He's a point man. Malakoff. Hogue is covered up for him on the point. Now they rotate to try and get back in position, and in doing so, lose the puck. Healy at the other end will hold it up. Minute 20 left on this power play for the Islanders. They can get this back to a 2-goal differential here in this period. They are right back in.
Then stay on the penalty kill.
Right. Broken stick on the far side. There's a Pittsburgh broken stick. Coming in is Ramsey. He doesn't have a stick right there. Mullen's got it, though. Mullen knows he's got to clear, and he does.
Boy, Shel Samuelson got away with one there. He cross-checked Brad Delgarno from behind right into the net, and Terry Fraser waved it off.
Down to 55 seconds remaining on this power play for the Islanders. Derek King in. King back for Thomas. Thomas will set it up. Ferraro, Malakoff, Norton. Shot saved by Barrasso. Samuelson clears. Yes, it came out of the zone. He's hit with a high stick by Malakoff in any event. The face-off will be brought down to the other end with 43 seconds left on the Islander advantage.
Well, the Islanders still with terrific puck movement on their power play. Always dangerous as long as the puck is moving. You know, Joey Mullen kind of thinks that the rest of the family must be cheering for Brian in this series. Brian Mullen, Joey's brother, is facing him for the 3rd time as an NHLer in the playoffs. Joey Mullen already has 3 Stanley Cup rings, so Mom Marion and Joey's older brother and his sister, he kind of figures they're all pulling for Brian because Brian doesn't have his ring yet. You know what? If Joey could accept losing to anybody, it would be accepting losing to his brother, Brian. 1 week ago today, there was a day off for both of these teams here, and Brian, the brother you're looking at, the younger brother, went over to Joey's house. They're not like the Sutters. They don't disconnect the phone during the playoffs when they face one another. They help. Brian helped Joey put up a basketball net in the driveway. Said they were like dads the night before Christmas. Couldn't figure it out. Couldn't get the directions right.
Waiting for the kids to wake up to put it together.
Right.
Keep it in the box. Cruz sends it in wide of the net. Very close family, as we mentioned before. Holland family, much like the great Sutter family in hockey. Thomas drops it back. Took the shot in the power play. Had it blocked. And Barrasso would have been screened on that. But Dave Tippett went down and blocked it before it got in. There was a real jam up in the crease. Again, Barrasso gloving that one out of the air. And Tom Barrasso rising to the occasion on a good wind-up shot taken by David Bollock.
Now, the Islanders might think they know where to shoot on Tom Barrasso, but the book on Tom Barrasso says you can't go to the glove side, especially at that height, halfway up the net. He always has his glove poised, turned to the shooter. Some goalies actually have their gloves turned in, and as the shot is coming, they kind of flare it out. Tom Barrasso sets up with the glove, perfect position, open, and I don't know, it seems to me in the last 10 minutes he has gloved about 5 shots, some from the point, that one.
Islanders mounting the shots up again. The Islanders have had the advantage in this series with shots on goal, 134 to 112 coming into this game overall, and in every game it's been to their advantage. Here's David Bollock, who's getting some playing time. Face-off taken behind the net with 14 seconds remaining on the Pittsburgh penalty. Islanders still have the advantage. Thomas got tied up. Uwe Krupp able to hold it in momentarily. Then Mario Lemieux jammed it out of the zone. Played by Healy at the other end. Kasparaitis back to get it, and that's it. Power play is over. Back to even strength. So 1 for 5 on the power play for the Islanders. Ray Ferraro clipped away by Samuelson. Barrasso came to help. Far side Taglianetti looking up ice. And it's brought in by McEachran. 2-on-2. McEachran waiting. Pittsburgh changing it up, so they didn't have any help on that right. Straka takes the jam from Bollock. Boy, he got hit right the side of the head. Len Healy reached out to bang that one away. Samuelson shelled the shot, save, rebound. McEachran can't get the shot off. Uwe Krupp blocked that one. And the Islanders clear it. Bollock and Samuelson do battle along the line. Played up by Kasparaitis. He sent it in, avoiding the check of McEachran as he did so. Ramsey was able to get it back up. Both teams changing up here. Samuelson drops it off. 9:40 left to go. Period number 2. And Needham takes the pass, but a delayed off two-line pass, offside pass here. And wanting to break up a couple out on the ice as Mike Ramsey did not like the way the stick was getting up on him from Mick Vakota. Lines moved in as Ramsey and Vakota were heading up ice. They're still chatting away.
Yeah, Al Arbour has used Mick Vakota pretty regularly in this game, Gary, compared to the other games. Of course, this is as big a deficit as the Islanders have had to overcome. Mick will just keep grinding, taking the body. He is not a liability defensively. Al Arbour just has to make sure that Mick doesn't take any bad penalties. He came out and let his adrenaline get the better of him early in this hockey game when the Islanders went down by 3 goals. But he's calmed it down. If you want to talk about trash talking it in your face, boy, Mick will play that kind of game, and he plays it pretty well. He'll get you off your game, not only physically, but he'll yap at you, and he can back it up with the dukes.
Dakota led them in penalty minutes, 215 on the season. Taglianetti drops it back. We're even strength here with 9:35 to go in the second period, and Pittsburgh Penguins leading the Islanders. Lemieux in. Lemieux stripped of the puck, batted out of the zone. Claude Loisel. Jam at center. That was Ulf Samuelson and Vakota who went at it. And it was Vakota who took the worst of that and went down. Gets right back up. Malakoff over to him. Vakota in. Samuelson and he collide again in the corner. Lemieux picks it up. Lemieux starts it out on a 3-on-3. Lemieux moving. Tocchet will crisscross with him. He leaves it for him. Tocchet in. Shot save. Tocchet fanning on it as he went by for the second chance. And then he gets knocked down by Vakota again. Now let's go to Jack Edwards for a Dodge playoff update. Jack?
All right, thank you, Gary. As we chart our progress through the Stanley Cup playoffs, here's your Dodge tournament update. The Norris Division Finals now all even at 2 apiece. Dave Andreychuk on the rebound score, and that set goes back to Maple Leaf Gardens tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern Time on ESPN. Back to Pittsburgh and Gary Thorne.
Jack, thank you very much. You take a look at Mario Lemieux, 2 goals and an assist in Pittsburgh's 3-goal lead.
I'm pretty impressed with Malakoff's ability to defend. Look at the long reach. Malakoff's stick, it's got to be 60 inches. He defended well against Lemieux, but the crossing pattern, really, he had no choice but to stay with Lemieux, and Rick Tocchet had a good scoring chance. Vladimir Malakhov started this season as a rookie and is a very tentative rookie, even though he's 24 and has played in some big situations. And there's Pat Flatley. Great news for the Islanders. Pat Flatley, their captain, is back. Last word was he was still in a lot of pain with the right knee in the locker room, but he has rejoined the team.
Playoff time once again. 9:05 left to go here in the second. Mario Lemieux has picked up 2 goals in this game. Rick Tocchet and Larry Murphy, the others for Pittsburgh. Jeff Norton got a power play goal 31 seconds into this period for the New York Islanders. That was one that wasn't going to be called until they went to the video replay on it. Jágr at center, lost it, and takes down Loisel, and a penalty coming up. Jágr's pass intercepted. Loisel breaking, got hooked. Power play coming up for the Islanders as Jágr will head to the sin bin.
Car stereos, alarms, tinting, and auto service all in one. Stereo City, name brand stereos and alarms at super discounted prices, installed quickly. 354-8294. All glass tinting for auto, home, or business. See Ray or Sammy. Call 947-TINT. Protect yourself with quality security film. Auto Service Inc., the best in town for air conditioners, car locks, radiators, tune-ups, and car electric. Call 956-5899. 3 great businesses, 1 great location. 602 Northeast 167th Street.
Well, you know you've made it when they name a frozen ice cream bar after you. The frozen Jágr bar is just about to be released in Pittsburgh for 68 cents, and that is about 1 million miles from Jaromir Jágr's brain right now because he made a bad pass to the neutral zone and had to take a hook on Claude Loisel, so here are the Islanders in the power again.
They've got to take advantage of this. The Islanders do to get back in this game now. 1 for 5 on the power play. This is their 6th chance. 13 of 18 on the power play, and a jam up taken. Oh, Norton comes away with it at center. They're not getting the puck inside the zone here right now. King dropped it off. Little trick put on Ferraro that time. That's a pretty good play by Ron Francis as he went by. Minute 30 remaining on the power play chance. Islanders will come out from behind their own net. Shots are now 18-15 in favor of the Islanders. Ray Ferraro. Ferraro working with King. King back intended for Malakhov. Lemieux was able to push it out of the zone. Both teams will change up here. Norton goes back to get it. Minute 9 on the power play for the Islanders. Norton. Ferraro, Delgarno, Uwe, Coop, and King in the power play unit, and offside as Pittsburgh stands them up at the blue line.
Now these Islanders just have to keep plugging away. And one thing that you have to have in a locker room, Gary, in situations like this is somebody that keeps you loose. Well, that responsibility usually falls on the shoulders of Ray Ferraro, number 20 of the New York Islanders. He's intense right now, but when you get into a locker room, if you get too intense, it doesn't do you any good. Now, he's really wired up now, but between Benoit Hogue and Ray Ferraro, you know, you can't tense up too much. Ray Ferraro looks really, really wired right there. And that's one thing that gets all the energy in the one shift. You got to relax once in a while. And he's usually the guy that does it between the, during the intermission. Once he calms down, he probably will be yucking it up and getting the guys a little bit loose.
The explosive start Pittsburgh had in the first period just changed the whole tempo, not just of this game, but of the series. They came out and fired. Flatley centers, and Patrick Flatley back out on the ice on the power play, covered up by Tom Barrasso. He took that shot in the corner, went to the locker room, and you saw him coming back to the bench a minute ago.
Talking about guys that keep their teammates loose. Pat Flatley did it during Game 4. The Pittsburgh Penguins pulled their goalie. They had Jágr and Tocchet and Stevens and Francis and Lemieux out there on the ice. Larry Murphy and Pat Flatley said, "We got $12 million worth of people out there. There are $250 grand. How are we going to do this?" And he was exaggerating it, but he made a really good point. Boy, there's no comparison in the payrolls to these two teams, but 17 New York Islanders have either played out their option or are about to play out their options next year. And Don Maloney, the GM, has to deal with 17 contract issues on the Major League roster and 6 minor league contracts. That's 23 guys. Asked, what are you doing this summer? I didn't need an answer.
No, he's not going anywhere outside the office, I'll tell you that. Comes back to the point. Uwe Krupp Flatley trying to hold it in on Murphy. Down goes Thomas. He got hit in the face with a high stick, and a penalty's coming up. just got spun around, and he got hit. Kerry Fraser had the eye on it. And Alf Samuelson not happy about it. He knows he's facing a potential 5-minute job and a game misconduct right here. We'll see what Kerry Fraser calls. It's only going to be 2. Our Budweiser Stanley Cup summary. The Islanders leading the playoffs with 5 shorthanded goals. Ray Ferraro of the Islanders leading everybody in goals scored. Wayne Gretzky, the point leader in the playoffs with 19. And you see how close the games have been. 29 decided by 1 goal and 19 in OT.
Let's take a look at it. It happened just about at the face-off dot. Oh, Samuelson was actually going down. It almost looked like he had no control of his stick at all as Steve Thomas had pushed him down. Well, you know, I usually go by the reaction of a player, Gary. I mean, if it's a legitimate foul, there aren't many guys that'll waste their energy really griping to the referee. But that replay looked like Samuelson had been pushed down by Steve Thomas. And unless you can swing your stick over your head and crack somebody, and some players do that, it's tough to make contact intentionally or even be accused of using your stick carelessly. And it looked like Samuelson was just flying backwards.
It creates a 2-man advantage here for the New York Islanders. Big moment in this game. For 30 seconds, Scotty Bowman's Pittsburgh Penguins are short 2. It's a 5-on-3 for the Islanders. But a big face-off win for Francis.
Huge face-off win. And you know what? Benoit Hogue knows what he's going to do. Francis will take the stick and then kick it back. That's his #1 ace play, and he did it perfectly there.
Norton sends it over to Ferraro. 2-man advantage for 17. Malakoff drops it off to Ferraro. Gloves it down. Has trouble. Ramsey moved in to help. Ramsey trying to kick it away. Ferraro still has it. 8 seconds on the 2-man advantage to King. Derek King, the shot. Tipped. That hit Ramsey. And another penalty coming up. An interference call. This one's going to be on the Islanders. So with 4 seconds left on the 2-man advantage for the Islanders, they will lose it here as Norton is called for interference.
Some terrific plays by the Penguins to try to kill this off. First of all, the face-off by Ron Francis. Then there was a terrific shot block just as the penalty was being called by Mike Ramsey. Talk about laying your body down. Gosh, here's Derek King's shot. Now look how far Ramsey is from the shot. Right in front of Tom Barrasso. Tom, he doesn't know if it, or Gary, he doesn't know if it's coming to his helmet, his face, his shoulder, wherever. And this is the face-off I was talking about. The bread and butter play. Take the stick and then win the draw with the skates. And even though you know Ron Francis is going to try that most of the time, it's tough to defend against him because he rips your arms away so fast you can't do anything with it.
So the Pittsburgh Penguins will still be short-handed here for 4 seconds. Mario Lemieux is coming back out on the ice. The 2-minute penalty puts an Islander in the box here, and Lemieux out. It's a 4-on-3 for 4 seconds. Then Pittsburgh will have their man back, and it'll be a 4-on-4. Pittsburgh up by a score of 4-1. 6:54 remaining in the second period. And the first penalty to Pittsburgh is over. Jaromir Jagr takes to the ice, and now we're a 4-on-4 situation. Coop will bring it up. Delgarno in front of him. Over to Delgarno. Delgarno runs to the corner. Travis Green in front of the net. Green moves in behind it. Taken away by Larry Murphy after Ramsey had put the hit on Delgarno. Back to Ramsey. Ramsey up for Jagr. Jagr hit by Kasparaitis, but he got it out of the zone. Coop comes back to get it to his own blue line. Takes it deep in the zone with Lemieux up on him. Tipped away from Ramsey. Covered up by Larry Murphy. Murphy up ice for Jagr. Jagr looking for Lemieux. You heard Mario. You may have heard Mario holler right there to him. Chased down in the far end by Larry Murphy. Lemieux had gotten behind the Islander defense a couple of steps. Jagr heard him and tried to find him with a pass. Intercepted there and cleared up by Rich Pilon. Right back out of the zone. Larry Murphy got it out. Joey Mullen comes out on the ice. 4-on-4 for another 34 seconds. Lemieux trying to bring it in. Lost it. Taken by Fitzgerald. Good play by Fitzgerald to get it to Benoit Hogue. Kasparaitis coming up with it. And an offside as he dillied and dallied along the line, and Kasparaitis went in ahead of him.
Benoit Hogue is at least able to take faceoffs because that cracked right knuckle is continuing to heal. He picked that up in the series against the Capitals when he was slashed by Kevin Hatcher of the Caps. You know, we talked about Mike Ramsey and his shot blocking, Gary. He is, to me, one of the top 3 in the game. Craig Ludwig is still one of the top 3. Watch this. terrific super slow-mo look at it. And he took that shot in the only place where he didn't have any equipment padding. He had the human padding there. But you can't imagine the guts that it takes to go down in that situation. It's one thing to be 6 feet from the shooter because you can kind of time it and you know where the puck is coming. But when you're 50 feet from the shooter, there are only a handful of guys in the league that have the guts to go down in that situation, and Ramsey's one of them.
It's his head turned towards the shot. That's the
until he sees it delivered, then he turns it the other way.
That's a risky business.
Well, his neck is still exposed.
Yeah.
His ribs right up under his armpit. I mean, his rib cage.
He's made a career out of those kind of shot blocks right there. Pittsburgh's going to get a power play in 10 seconds. It'll be a short power play, but they will have one, but they got to get the puck. The Islanders, they want to rag it here a little bit. Rich Pilon's got it. Pilon brings it up. He'll send it into the corner. Power play underway, and a whistle on it. That's going to be called on an icing call. The faceoff will come back out. So 22 seconds for Pittsburgh's power play here with 5:19 left to go in the second period. The shots are 18-15 in favor of the Isles.
Then, you know, Gary, we've talked about Mike Ramsey coming to the Pittsburgh Penguins at the trading deadline from the Buffalo Sabres. Bob Airey went the other way. And Greg Ramsey has played in Buffalo and had only made it past the first round 1 year. And he really wondered if he could help this team get back to another Stanley Cup. He said, listen, I hope I can help. Sometimes you question your own ability when you're joining a team as great as the Pittsburgh Penguins. He said, I just hope I can help. I'll wait and see how it goes. And boy, the Penguins are extremely happy with this play so far, as they are with Peter Taglianetti's play, the two guys that they got on the blue line at the trading deadline.
As evidenced by the ice time they have picked up, he ended up playing 12 games during the regular season and finished at a +13 with Pittsburgh with a goal and 2 assists. Centering past Kasparaitis. Power play is over for Pittsburgh, and we are back to even strength here with 4:54 left in the second. Larry Murphy going back to get it. Tocchet, a goal and 2 assists. Mario Lemieux, 2 goals and an assist in this game, leading the scoring for Pittsburgh. John McEachran chased into the corner. Kasparaitis there. Rather Stevens was there in the corner. Jammed back up by Kruk. Gets it away to Kasparaitis. Kasparaitis, red line, blue line, and in. Travis Green with him. Kasparaitis takes the shot. Barrasso hangs on with Del Garno cutting in. Our coverage of the Stanley Cup Playoffs on ESPN. Pittsburgh 4, the Islanders 1.
There's no place on earth that I'd rather be than out in the open where it's all plain to see. If it's gonna get done, it's up to you and me. Come on and head for the mountains of Bush. Come on and head for the mountains of Bush. Beer.
There are places you can go where birds aren't the only ones that fly. And fish aren't the only ones underwater. Where you can take a ride in the wild, or just a wild ride. But if you go to any of the Busch Gardens or SeaWorld parks, bring your sense of adventure and your Visa card. Because every one of these parks will take your breath away, but none will take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Tom Barrasso coming into this game 3rd in goals against, 3rd in save percentage among the playoff goaltenders, with Curtis Joseph still manning the #1 position in those categories. Felix Putman in that same series putting up big numbers, the rookie goaltender. Moving folks around here for the face-off with 4:29 left to go in the second period. Ray Ferraro kicking at that one, won it to the point. Jeff Norton shot, partially blocked. That'll end up in the seats as Troy Loney came diving out.
And that's one of those blocks that I used to do. Those are the ones that are easy to read, and you know you're not going to get him in the face. I'm not saying Troy Loney wouldn't block him the way Mike Ramsey, but Loney was nice and close to the shooter. Makes it a little easier.
I want to remind you, coming up tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific, the St. Louis Blues and the Toronto Maple Leafs. That series is tied at 2-2. They have been going at it ferociously. When they played in Toronto, it's been almost as hot inside as it has been outside. They had some real mushy ice in the last game in Toronto. So they'll be looking to fix up. The players said they played in that. They've never played in a warmer building than they played in that game.
In Toronto.
In Toronto.
Well, it was freezing in St. Louis yesterday.
Wasn't it?
Fred Corsi, the building manager, did a terrific job.
It was great ice. Ray Ferraro. Samuelson tried to haul him down, finally did. Tippett comes away with the puck out to center. 3:49 to go here in the second. Norton, the Islanders trying to get one here to get this to a 2-goal game. Played around the net by Yager. Yager gets it up for Troy Loney. Loney got it to Tippett. Dave Tippett, Loney, crisscross. Norton clears it right back out. Islanders chance. Samuelson moves in, puts the hit on, and the pass goes to Taglianetti. Good play by Al Samuelson that time on the far side. He put the move on flatly. Brought in by King. Ferraro cutting. Ferraro was open. Gets it down. Ferraro couldn't get it out of the jersey. Then he gets dumped in front of the net. Tippett takes a look for Kerry Frazier. You're going to call me on it. Sees he wasn't. And just let Ray Ferraro get up and get out of there. And he figured he got away with one right there. That's sent out of the zone. This will be an icing call, and it's touched up by the Islanders at the far end, stopping the clock at 3:02 to go in the second period.
For that matter, this building is reasonably cool.
Yes, sir.
A 90-degree day here in Pittsburgh. I mentioned Fred Corsi, the building manager in St. Louis. He was quoted in the papers before yesterday's game as saying, everybody that's sitting up high, they better wear their winter clothes because it is going to be freezing. It'll be a little warmer down low, but I'm going to keep it as cold as I can, even at the top of the building. He said if it's warm, the ice will be like a lake. At ice level, one game it was 94 degrees, and the ice was
How could there
sticky.
be ice?
Oh, it was so sticky and snowy. I mean, it's like
just slush.
It's like skating in sand and slush.
Skiing and jumping. Save made. Barrasso waiting for the whistle. Will get one here as Brian Mullen tried to move in. To recap the people who got the points here. Lemieux scored at 19 seconds of the first period. Stevens and Tocchet. At 54 seconds, Rick Tocchet from Stevens and Lemieux. And then at 1:48, Murphy on the power play from Tocchet. That was the great explosion by Pittsburgh. Then in the second period, Jeff Norton got a power play goal at 31 seconds, putting them on the board. But Mario Lemieux answered his 51st career playoff goal at 45 seconds. 4-1 on the power play. And that's where we are. In our second intermission, running the goalie. Story on that and the Norris and Smythe division updates all coming up right here on ESPN. Running the goalie, Billy Smith was here. Why was I reminded of that during that line?
Well, you paid the price when you ran Billy Smith.
You had no calves left. Thomas trying to move it in front. Thomas takes the shot. Save Barrasso. Mullen scores! A huge goal for the New York Islanders as Brian Mullen played the rebound, and it is a 4-2 Pittsburgh lead.
This time the Islanders were able to maintain control and possession off the faceoff and really had the Penguins kind of scrambling around. There were two Islanders on the same side of the net as Brian Mullen. Well, you could tell the Islanders are business as usual. Mullen didn't even raise his stick when he scored, but check it on the right. Two Islanders, no Penguin. It took a while for Peter Taglianetti to get back there. Oh, a little double coverage on the one side. That was the problem. Both Dave Tippett and Ulf Samuelson went for the puck carrier, and nobody dropped back. There was only one man to take Brian Mullen, and the other Islander was standing there. So, hey, the horse race continues.
The work ethic of the New York Islanders we talk so much about, never more exemplified than by this game, where they just got bombarded in the first 3 minutes of the first period, and now are back to a 2-goal differential there, down to 2:25 left to go. Brian Mullen picking up the goal. That'll be his second of the playoffs and his first in this series against Pittsburgh. Claude Loisel, Travis Green with him. Loisel, the green shot! Somehow missed it. It went wide, may have gone off Barrasso. Norton the shot. Deflected wide by Loisel, cutting high. And the Islanders putting the heat on right here. They were that close to a 1-goal game. Travis Green was cutting in on that and set up beautifully. Pilon shot deflected. Barrasso puts the glove on it and hangs on.
Boy, Scotty Bowman countered immediately with Mario Lemieux's line just the way he did when the Islanders got their first goal and hoped to counter right away. What happened was Travis Green just about made this a 4-3 hockey game on a terrific break, and the Penguins' coverage now is kind of loosened up. Watch this play by Loisel. Now you see Rick Tocchet coming back, number 22 on the right of your screen. Now he can't be thinking coming around the net and taking Loisel. He's got to look back over his shoulder to take Travis Green, and he didn't read it right. And Green had a terrific scoring opportunity.
What a setup. Brian Mullen's goal at 17:23. Steve Thomas got the assist for Thomas. That is his first point against Pittsburgh in this series. His 4th assist overall. Mullen's got his 2nd goal of this year's playoffs and his 11th career goal. Shot deflected out deep. Oh, that one hit Claude Loisel. Loisel, the Islander, just getting up. And Loisel still staying out there with it. Brad Delgarno. Delgarno trying to center Loisel. Somebody hasn't got a stick out there, and it's all Samuelson. Pittsburgh's Al Samuelson without a stick here as the Islanders try and keep the heat on. They realize he hasn't got it. Samuelson playing the puck right there. Back to Norton. Norton the shot deflected. Barrasso the save. Rebound not out. Norton again. Shot fanned on by Pilon. Played by Tocchet. That's not out. Loisel holds it in again. Now Francis has given his stick to Al Samuelson, the defenseman, and that allows Samuelson to clear. Rick Tocchet at the other end. Tocchet all alone. He's got 3 Islanders with him as Pittsburgh's changing it up. It's taken down in the corner. Both teams get the line changes completed. King brings it up. King moving it in. 4-2. Pittsburgh leading, but the Islanders threatening to make this a 1-goal game in a hurry. Patrick Flatley, a minute to go in the second period. Lemieux had it, lost it. Malakoff spun it around and out. Lemieux trying to tip it in, didn't get a piece of that one. It'll be played in the corner by Dennis Vasky. Vasky starts it up for the Islanders. What an impressive performance here by the Islanders to be within 2 goals of Pittsburgh, the way Pittsburgh has played in this game. Vasky's pass partially blocked. Larry Murphy of Pittsburgh flips it ahead. Yager was giving chase. Vasky again jams it off the far side boards in the middle of Mullen. Brian Mullen coming in again. He had the last goal. Brian Mullen the shot. He just missed it as he went for the wide side post. Vasky able to hold it in. Troy Loney will give chase. Brian Mullen right there after. Pins him up on the board. 16 seconds to go in the period. Puck held in again. Ray Ferraro. Ferraro tied up. Troy Loney's got it. Spun it around the net to Murphy. Right now, Pittsburgh just hanging on here to get out of this period. The Islanders tremendous pressure. Yager lost it. Mullen shot. Missed to the short side. Brian Mullen the chance, and that's the end of the second period, but the Islanders are right back in it.
Yeah, none too soon for the Pittsburgh Penguins. It is so hard to really turn the momentum around when you're on the road because there's no crowd behind you, but the Islanders, for the last minute and a half, really had it revved up. The Penguins have to be happy that this period has ended because the Islanders had them on the run.
13-6 the shots in favor of the Islanders for that period. 23-15 in favor of the Islanders in the game, and after 2, Pittsburgh leading the Islanders 4-2. Back to Jack Edwards.
All right, Gary Thorne, thanks very much. Looked as if the Pens had it in cruise control, and maybe they just fell asleep at the wheel. So a good third period is coming your way. Between periods, we'll take a look at the Campbell Conference and see what's going on in the Smythe and the Norris finals. And also, we'll look at a couple of teams which have apparently decided that the best way to beat a goalie is to beat him up first. It's 4-2 at the Civic Arena. The Penguins ahead after 40 minutes of play. Jaromir Jagr showing good moves in traffic, but he is still without a point so far tonight. Jim Schoenfeld, Al Morganti, back with us in a minute.
Imagine a new car so durable, its paint resists chips and salt and even birds. When scratched, one of its protective coatings actually seals itself. And what's more, it may never need waxing. You know something's changed when even the paint job is a work of art. Intrepid. This changes everything.
A hot new peanut just rode into town with a spicy taste that's getting everybody all fired up.
Got some more? Maybe you ought to practice with mild.
Try new Planters Heat in mild and hot.
Loose-fitting jeans. A loose interpretation of the original.
You've seen it before. The ones who run with the herd, and the one who always seems to run alone. Don't see him often enough, though.
In for the mountains of bush.
Welcome back. We're between the second and third periods of Game 5 of the Patrick Finals between the Pens and the Isles. Pittsburgh leads at 4-2, but the Islanders clearly have taken the momentum away late in the second period. Joining me again, Jim Schoenfeld, Al Morganti, and Jim, it was only said in jest in here during the first 40 minutes of the game, but someone said, why isn't Al Arbor looking down the bench and saying, hey, boys, who wants to take the first quarter of the next season off to take Mario out of this?
Yeah, it really seems that you've got the most dangerous player in the game playing with a bad back. You've got to hit this guy. It seems someone told the Islanders, please don't touch Mario Lemieux, because they really haven't come near him all night. From the beginning of the game, they've just leaned on him. There's a chance for Green to give him a shot. He doesn't. Lemieux stands there for the rebound attempt. Coming up here now, big Malakoff, run him into the boards. Boy, he just skates away from Mario. You try to hit him there, we have an attempt. He can sidestep it. He's great at getting away. But Brian Mullen, what two good chances. That's early in the game. That could have changed the whole complexion of the first period. Well, if you don't hit him, he's going to do dangerous things with the puck. And sooner or later, Mario's going to make you pay the price for not knocking him on the seat of his pants. You leave him alone in the defensive zone, uncovered. He's standing there wide open. He's going to score a goal. Now, I'm not advocating to go out and try to injure the guy. I don't believe in that at all. But he's a dangerous hockey player, bad back or not. This is an important game for the Islanders. You have to play the guy like he is as dangerous as he is. You have to hit him and mark him in the defensive zone at every opportunity.
So, Jim Schoenfeld, you say make contact with the guy. And Al Morganti, you're saying that some coaches are saying make contact with anyone who's effective, and that includes especially the guys who are between the pipes.
Funny thing happens to NHL forwards in the spring. A, they go colorblind. They can't see the blue area around the net. B, they get nearsighted. They can't see the guy with all their pads. And C, they just can't stop all of a sudden. These guys that could stop on a dime. It's open season on NHL goalies. It doesn't much matter who you are. A veteran like Tom Barrasso, he takes a hit from Derek King, but he can say, hey, get out of my space. I'm a vet. Meanwhile, in the St. Louis-Toronto series, rookie Felix Potvin, he's learning what it's like. He's mugged by Shanahan. He just kind of stands off to the side because the guy taking the most hits is that counterpart, Curtis Joseph. Is that Clint Eastwood? No, Mike Eastwood runs him there in the crease. And here he gets hit by Mike Foligno, and then Mike Krushelnyski says, maybe I'll just fall on your head here. Now, why do they do this? It's simple why they do this, because sometimes they can get under the goalie's skin, and they don't have serrated blades like, what's his name there? Billy Smith used to have.
Smith,
right.
serrated blades.
Right.
I knew you'd get it.
That's the guy I wanted there.
You know, the unfortunate thing for the goaltenders, during the regular season, all these that we just looked at would be penalties. Players are to do everything they can to avoid unnecessary contact with the goaltenders. Playoff hockey, the officials call less penalties, so now the players do everything they can do to run over the goaltenders. And if you're a goalie, it's a tough situation. Forwards can get out of the way, defensemen can get out of the way. You have to stand there and focus on the puck with a 200-pound forward coming to run you over. It's a tough job in the crease.
All right, Jim, well, we will see if the Isles maybe take a couple of runs at Tommy Barrasso in the third period. Barrasso holding on to a 4-2 lead. And after 40 minutes of play, we are going to be coming back to take a look at the Norris finals in a moment. You see what Pittsburgh's done in the Igloo. Well, they're winning by an average margin of about 5-2 at home. They're actually trailing in aggregate goal scoring on the road. They would certainly be much happier to be playing where they are right now with a 4-2 lead.
Lisa's great, but there's something about Sharon. Sharon's okay, but Lisa, whew, what a knockout.
Why is the grass always greener on the other side?
You lucky dog. Lucky dog.
Why ask why? Try a less filling beer with a lot more taste. Bud Dry. It's one thing.
Nice.
That's beyond question.
To soar with eagles, be the best. To win the industry's highest awards for quality, commit to excellence. Provide superior quality products and have the strength to offer them at more than 12,500 locations nationwide. More than any other major brand. Discover for yourself the difference quality can make. Fly with the new superpower.
The Ryan Express rolls on for one more season. Don't miss your chance to catch Nolan Ryan as the Rangers face the Athletics. Live on ESPN Wednesday Night Baseball.
One better.
Welcome back. We're between the second and third periods at the Civic Arena, and the Penguins have a 4-2 lead over the Isles in Game 5. I want to bring you up to date about what's going on over in the Campbell Conference. In the Norris Finals, that series is now tied 2 games apiece. Toronto beating St. Louis 4-1, and perhaps they did get under the skin of goalie Curtis Joseph there.
Well, I think they did get under his skin, and the thing with Toronto is they've come back from bad losses in the Detroit series to play well. And if they did get under Joseph, they got 3 goals on him in each of the games. They're going to be a rough ride in Toronto when they go into their building and try to run up some momentum.
Well, the Smythe series is also tied at 2 games apiece. Vancouver coming up with a very strong showing. They had a 4-goal second period and went on to beat the LA Kings 7-2. And Jim, when you look at Vancouver this playoff season, when they give up 4 or more goals, they lose. So if you're a Canuck, all eyes have to be on Wayne Gretzky, who seems to be back to form.
Yeah, absolutely right. And if you're an LA King and you want to get some points, you just go to your coach, Barry Melrose, and you say, please, can I have a shift with Wayne? You're looking this year, this series against the Canucks, this is vintage number 99. Well, if it wasn't for the jersey, you wouldn't know if it was the early 90s or the mid-80s, the way Wayne's skating. He looks like he did in his days with the Edmonton Oilers.
Well, he's become a prisoner of his own numbers. He leads the playoffs in scoring, and yet all the stories of Mario's back, Doug Gilmour, maybe the MVP. Meanwhile, Gretzky just goes on, and people just assume, well, that's Wayne Gretzky. Those numbers aren't easy to get, no matter how old you are.
Yeah, I think it was clearly shown in the clincher against Calgary when he took those 3 Flames on a long journey through the defensive zone. If you had stopped all 3 of those guys and said, quickly, tell me where your goal is, you probably would have gotten 3 different answers. He set up Rod Blake for a score there. It's 4-2 in Pittsburgh through 2 periods, and any way you can block it, even with your fanny, is a help to a goalie. As Mike Ramsey helps out Tom Barrasso.
The new Honda V4 Magna. Nothing's meaner. This is Larry. This is his package. While Larry sleeps, the UPS Total Track system works round the clock. Tracking any air or designated ground package. It even records the recipient's signature. So now, anytime, Larry can get the status of his package in seconds. Larry doesn't work around the clock, but his delivery company does. UPS, the package delivery company more companies count on.
A noble warrior advised, the art of protection springs from within. One must stay vigilant against one's unfragrant perspiration, lest one provoke a hostile response. Thus, the Norse ritual is Right Guard Sports Stick. An aromatic array of the freshest scents and maximum protection against disarming wetness. Confirming the wisdom, the best defense is not to offend. Right Guard Sports Stick. Anything less will be uncivilized.
Are you an AT&T salesman?
Yes.
Is your company telling customers that MCI's 800 service isn't reliable?
Yes.
Is that the truth?
Yes.
According to a study by the FCC, AT&T's market share of long-distance service in America is heading in a new direction.
It's crazy. They love it, but that's why they do it. They're the relentless men and women of sports, doing what most people think is impossible. Max Out, weekdays on ESPN.
The Norris final series is tied at 2 games apiece. The Maple Leafs and Blues take it to Maple Leaf Gardens. It's on ESPN tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern Time. Baseball tonight will follow tonight's hockey game. The Yankees and Tigers fighting for first place in the American East. And Gary Miller will also have the plays of the week. We'll be back to Pittsburgh in a minute.
Thinking of starting your own business? Contact SCORE, the Service Corps of Retired Executives, for free expert advice.
They help me with finding a location, business plan, and marketing as well.
SCORE has a wealth of business experience available to you. Exchange ideas and counsel.
They gave us good ideas for a marketing plan.
They helped me with my business plan, free of charge.
Call SCORE for counseling on new business and on small business problems.
Tomorrow, the NHL is playing for keeps.
The Blues face the Maple Leafs in Game 5 tomorrow night, live on ESPN.
ESPN's presentation of the Stanley Cup Playoffs is brought to you by Bud Dry, the less filling beer with a lot more taste. Why? Ask why. And by Visa, honored at over 6 million more places than American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
A beautiful early summer night in downtown Pittsburgh, and what a great game the crowd inside the igloo seeing. 4-2 Pittsburgh up, but the New York Islanders have responded. Pittsburgh started by scoring 3 goals in the first 1:48 of the first period. But Bill Clement, the New York Islanders all season long have been noted for one thing: work ethic, and we have seen it again in this game.
Gary, did you ever have one of those punching bags when you were a kid that was weighted on the bottom and you knock it to death and it goes whoom down to the floor and then it pops right back up again? That's what the New York Islanders are like. Ask the Washington Caps. This is a team that in games 3 and 4 against Washington was down by 2 goals, came back to win those hockey games. So the Pittsburgh Penguins, I think, for a few moments in the second period, took the New York Islanders for granted, and they had to be thankful to get in for an intermission.
But after that 3-0 lead, the New York Islanders were able to get on the board. There was a disputed goal involved here.
Well, it only took them 31 seconds to score the goal. They didn't get credit for it for about 30 seconds after they scored it, and this is why. Jeff Norton's shot entered the net. It looked like it came off the post, so the play went on for about 30 seconds, and finally rewind, and the Islanders 31 seconds in got credit for a goal. What did the Penguins do? 14 seconds later, Mario Lemieux on a power play signaled for it, got it. Darius Kasparaitis, number 11 for the Islanders, just about had it in front, but not quite. And again, the Penguins had their 3-goal lead. But the Islanders just kept coming and coming and coming, and Brian Mullen breaks through 2 Penguins right here, number 16 in blue, and really poor coverage by the Penguins. And with 2.5 minutes to go in the period, the Islanders serve notice. Guys, we're live. We ain't dead at all.
So the New York Islanders down by 2 going into the 3rd period, and their leader, Ray Ferraro, has been pretty much stymied here through the first 2 periods of this game. You see him wiping down the glass, far end of the bench. See whether or not he can get involved. That's the kind of player who can put this Al Arbor Islander team right back into this game. Even strength to start the 3rd period before a full house here in Pittsburgh. Mario Lemieux has played the entire game. Came out at the beginning. He has skated his usual shifts, power play and shorthanded, picking up 2 goals and an assist in this game. He'll be out to take the face-off here. Tocchet and Stevens will join him. Benoit Hogue on the face-off, 1 over, and they'll quickly make line changes here as Green comes out on the ice once the face-off was won by Benoit Hogue of the Islanders. And a penalty coming up And Pittsburgh's going to be short-handed just 11 seconds into the third period. The New York Islanders will have their 7th power play chance of the game as Tocchet goes to the box.
Could the Islanders have scripted this any better for their sake? Coming out here at 11 seconds into the third period, getting a power play. Darius Kasparaitis on the rush. And Rick Tocchet with a bit of a hook. Darius may have exaggerated it, but hey, that's part of the deal.
Boy, the door's been open so many times for the Islanders in this game. With the power play chances, they've scored only once.
But the law of averages tells you, you can't keep giving them chance after chance after chance. We said that about the Islanders and the Penguins. The Islanders couldn't afford to take penalties either. Remember when Mick Vukota took that penalty? We said you can't do it, even though the Penguins' power play appears to be cold.
Well, let's see what the Islanders can do with this. They have picked up 3 power play goals in this particular series on 24 power play chances. Ray Ferraro, their leading scorer, who has 3 power play goals this playoff season, is out there on the unit.
That close-up is at the perfect guy. If you want to spotlight somebody to get the Islanders back in this, he is the comeback guy and the overtime man for the New York Islanders, Ray Ferraro.
Face-off will come at center. Ferraro and Francis. Ray Ferraro wins the draw. Norton drops it back. Malakoff will work the point back to Ferraro. Penalty killing unit, Lemieux, Francis, Samuelson, and Larry Murphy. Ulf Samuelson. Ulf Samuelson right there, clears it up the glass and out. Nope, ended up coming off the bench, and so the face-off will come back down into the offensive zone for the Islanders.
The number 2 guy you would look to on this unit that Al Arbour has started in the power play is Derek King. He scored his first 2 NHL playoff goals ever in Game 4. He had gone 18 games with the Islanders over a period of 6 years and not scored 1. He hadn't had any this year, but he got 2 in Game 4. Now he and Ray Ferraro are really the only 2 goal-scoring threats out there that score regularly. Brad Delgarno, number 15, is up front. He is going to be more of a muscle guy, a power guy in front of Tom Barrasso. And the scoring, you would guess, would come from King or Ferraro. But I'll tell you what, when that blocker is in front, the guy that's taking all the hit, if there's a rebound there, he's the guy that's going to get a stick on it first.
Big win by Francis again. He got it out of the zone right off the face-off. Malakoff back in behind the net. Lemieux comes in to Grady. Malakoff picks it up. Pittsburgh led at the end of the first period. They are 5-0 in the playoffs this year when they've had a lead after 1. They led after the second. They're 4-0 where they've had a lead after the second. The Islanders trying to undo those numbers here in this game. Francis not allowing it here. Single-handedly working on this short-handed unit to get it out 2 times. Played by Norton. Norton drops it to Malakoff. A minute 14 on the Islander power play. Delgarno. A little room. Brad Delgarno. Delgarno went out of room in the corner. Samuelson takes him down. Malakoff at the point. Tippett moved up on him. Ferraro had it. Samuelson takes him down. Puck's underneath Ray Ferraro. Ferraro, Delgarno, Samuelson, Tippett all there. And Tippett clears it out. 50 seconds remaining on the Islander power play. Both teams change up on the units here. Ray Kruk comes out. Islanders just getting people on the ice, so they will back behind their own net to make the start. You see the time remaining on it. Near side for Kruk, intercepted. Great read, Mullen. Mullen coming with Tippett. Mullen, Tippett. Mullen the shot. Scores!
What a play by Joey Mullen. And Gary, you called it right. A terrific read. He just swung around and anticipated his pass. Look at him. He couldn't see the pass. All he did was zero in on the guy that was trying to receive the pass, and he cut. And Joey Mullen's windup kind of has a hitch in the top of it. It's flat at the bottom, and then he's got a hitch. Look at a hitch in the top of his windup. And when he comes down to strike the puck, it's really hard to get a read on where he's shooting it. Glenn Healy didn't give him much room on the short side, but Joey Mullen didn't need much room the way he shot it. 5-2, and the Penguins are back to that 3-goal lead. And now, you know, we speculated about the Islanders overcoming a 3-goal deficit after going down 3-0 in the first period. And we said, what are the chances that the Penguins aren't going to score anymore? And at that point, we guessed that the chances were pretty slim that the Penguins would not score anymore, and that has proven correct.
We're going to get a goaltending change here. Mark Fitzpatrick, who has played 39 minutes in the playoffs this season in relief of Glenn Healy, will come in here at the 18:21 mark of the third period as Glenn Healy is heading out. And he's not only heading out, he's heading out. He didn't go to the bench. He dumped his stick and is heading to the dressing room.
I'm not so sure that's where Fitzpatrick didn't come from. I haven't seen Fitzpatrick on the bench, and the Islanders, to make more room on their bench, may be sitting the goaltender over in that runway area. Because Fitzpatrick, if I'm not mistaken, was standing there during the national anthems, and we wondered what he was doing over there.
Ran out of room on the bench. So Fitzpatrick comes on with Pittsburgh leading it by a score of 5-2 now. We'll have a look at Mark Fitzpatrick. He relieved Healy at the start of the second game, and the Islanders' 6-4 road loss to Washington in Game 5 of the first round. Playing 38 minutes and 42 seconds, he allowed 2 goals on 14 shots in that game. And now Mark Fitzpatrick is out. It's only his 6th playoff game ever. He is 0-3 in playoff action. And the Pittsburgh Penguins getting a big goal, and they give the Islanders a little of what the Islanders have given them, a short-handed goal. Pittsburgh's 2nd of the playoffs, and their 1st against the New York Islanders. And the shot by Thomas, and Samuelson didn't like it. The whistle had blown. Thomas wound up, hit Samuelson with a shot. Francis moves in.
Well, you know, Samuelson's had that done to him before. And you know, Samuelson, when he played for the Flyers, used to accuse of doing that. Is Scott Stevens, who plays for the Devils, come down and sometimes, even if it isn't offside, go for the feet. I don't think anybody was ever able to prove it. But to be able to hear the whistle on this play. Oh, is there any question? Steve Thomas looked like he ripped that right for Shel Samuelson's ankles.
Shel Samuelson right after him. The goal by Joey Mullen in 1:39 unassisted, his 4th of this playoff season and his 59th career playoff goal. He is 19th on the all-time list. Joey Mullen is in goals in playoff action.
I'm sure a lot of people wonder how easy it is to pull out of a windup when the whistle goes. It's the easiest thing in the world. If you're at the top of the windup, you always have enough control to really pull out of the windup in the shot. It's like, oh, I was already winding up. I was already coming down on the puck. Boy, it's easy to stop up in an absolute split second.
Now the Islanders have really got a dig. Shot by Loisel. Barrasso makes the save. Rick Tocchet clearing it up for Lemieux. A little too far ahead for him. Rich Pilon dropped it off. Deflects the center to Delgarno. Delgarno avoiding the check of Tocchet. Lemieux read it and get it to Murphy. Up for Stevens. Kevin Stevens kicks it in. Rich Pilon dumps it. Pilon got his skate in on Kevin Stevens and took him down. Stevens stays out and is looking for Pilon. Travis Green brings it in to Delgarno. Delgarno's shot saved Barrasso. Down goes Green as he gets written out of the play and into the boards. Lemieux's got the puck. Mario Lemieux looking mighty healthy in tonight's game, as healthy as the Islanders want to see him. Kasparaitis, Tocchet, let it go. Lemieux was back. Couldn't get it. Loisel stepped in. Played right back in by Mario to the corner. Rich Pilon after.
You know what I've seen in this series 3 times for the Penguins, which tells me how close a team they are and how much they want to help one another. At least 3 times I've seen one player help another guy skating by pushing him in the rear end with his stick to give him a little acceleration. On the last rush, Kevin Stevens was passing Larry Murphy, and Murphy was going to the bench, so he just put the flat side of the blade of his stick on Kevin Stevens' rear end and gave him a push. I've seen Rick Tocchet do it to Mario Lemieux. I've also seen Lemieux do it in this series.
Vasky trying to get in at Fitzgerald. Samuelson intercepted and clears it out. You do not win Stanley Cups or any other championship unless the members of a team view themselves that way, and Pittsburgh does, and they're up by 3.
Final question, ladies. How would you save the planet?
Tax credits for education. Aggressive environmental legislation. Which planet?
Why do pageants still grade on a curve?
Queen of the entire planet.
Try a less filling beer with a lot more taste. Bud Dry. With a beer this different,
What a surprise.
it's no contest.
Just northwest of Kalispell, Montana, there's a place where you can punch cattle instead of a time clock and discover what horsepower is really about. It's the Hargrave Cattle and Guest Ranch, where you can ride them and rope them like they used to. But if you go, you gotta pull your own weight and pull out your Visa card. Because at Hargrave, they don't take the tin horns and they don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
6-2 Pittsburgh. Here's the play I was talking about. See the two players dead center of the screen right together? Look at Murphy with the stick giving Kevin Stevens a little shove to get him up ice.
That's a great shot. Grant Jennings clears it into the corner. We're going to get that one put on a photograph and have him sign it. Malakoff clears it out of the zone. 4 minutes into the third period. Lakota shot, save made. Barrasso and hangs on to it. David Volek the shot. Nick Lakota cruising in for the rebound until Barrasso just held on. Tom Barrasso, after giving up those goals in the third period of the last game when they picked up 6 goals on 11 shots at the end of the game, has settled down again in this one to be the Tom Barrasso of playoff history.
Well, Gary, last week I talked to Tom Barrasso and asked him how he overcame a 5-hole problem. He used to get scored on through the legs, which was the 5-hole. So, you know, I don't know. He said, I didn't do anything to change my style. I guess there's not much room there. I said, well, why are you a better goalie? And he said, I don't think I've learned to stop the puck any better. I've learned how the game is played in front of me. And that has really helped me be a positional goalie as opposed to a guy that just tucked himself back in the net.
Very smart goaltender. Comes up with another save on the blue line shot taking on him. With the Islanders down by 3 now, they must push that puck in front as much as they can and hope for rebounds and the bounce in their favor. Our Visa storyline. Lemieux back in tonight's game, 2 goals and an assist. Tocchet has matched him in points, 1 and 2. Stevens and Francis both have picked up 2 assists in this game as Pittsburgh trying to take the lead in the series 3 games to 2 if they can get the victory. The games played here in Pittsburgh in this series. The Islanders won the first game 3-2. Pittsburgh then shut out the Islanders 3-0 in the second game here. This is the third one here.
Kjell Samuelsson has logged a ton of ice time in this hockey game. 6'6" and 235 pounds, and this is when he is at his best. You've got a 5-2 lead. You're trying to gain some room on him and gain some ground in front of the net. It's hard. He's all over you. You could swear he's an octopus, I'm sure, when you're out there against him.
You don't move when he's hanging onto your back, I'll tell you. Played in by David Volek in the corner. Back to center, Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald coming with Volek and Lakota. Real checking line. Shot, and there's your man, Kjell Samuelsson, as Fitzgerald wound up.
Yeah, the thing is, he's at 6'6", and with the length of a stick, he always gets a piece of it.
Under Fitzpatrick in net now in place of Healy. Watching the play in front of him here as Glenn Healy went out after that last goal. Samuelsson will chase it down in his own end. Samuelsson gets it up for Tippett. Tippett moving with Jágr. Jaromir Jágr. Jágr got pinned up, and there goes the net. As Derek King got driven into the crossbar, the puck was over in the corner, and that dislodged the net, and then got the whistle.
No, I haven't seen Jaromir Jágr that much in this hockey game. Keep in mind, he doesn't kill penalties, and all season long, he never played 20 minutes in one hockey game. I was astounded when Scotty Bowman told us that, but you know what, Gary? 3 times in the playoffs, he has played over 20 minutes for the first time this year because of Mario Lemieux's absence. Al Morganti alluded to that in the open. And when Mario's out, you got to get somebody else out there to replace him with offense. He's the guy.
Jaromir Jágr's had 4 goals, 3 assists overall in the playoffs this season. 15-10 to go in the third period. Tippett, Troy Loney to the point, shot wide that time as Fitzpatrick got the glove out on the shot by Murphy. Played back around the boards. The Islanders now in need of goals. Murphy will play it at his own blue line as Krupp couldn't handle that one. And Pittsburgh will send it back the other way and show you why this team finished so well defensively in the National Hockey League. Overall, Pittsburgh can really shut you down in these kind of games. Derek King dropped it in the middle. Norton cutting in, left it. Shot taken, Norton deflected, but it went deep. Larry Murphy leading the rush. Jágr 3-on-2, 3-on-3. Stevens to Jágr. Jágr looking, backhander, scores! Fitzpatrick did not react to that one, and it's a 6-2 Pittsburgh lead. He heard you say you hadn't seen him.
But then again, he doesn't need much ice time to have an impact, does he?
No.
With Kevin Stevens breaking for the net, and Stevens really made a terrific play here because not only did he drop it, watch what he does when he drops it. He crossing over, driving for the net. He knew he could get in behind Uwe Krupp and Derek King, and it appeared to deflect off of somebody. the Islander defenseman who was back there, but Kevin Stevens made a nice drop pass and then played it perfectly, breaking to the net, hoping to get there in time for the screen. Didn't need it. Younger's goal, 6-2 Penguins.
Perfectly placed. He had Fitzpatrick playing the man cutting in rather than playing the shot that was taken by Yager, and it is a 6-2 lead for Pittsburgh. Ramsey chasing it back in his own end. Mark Fitzpatrick in goal. That's the first against him. Stevens the shot. Fitzpatrick gloves it, leaves it for Rich Pilon. Pilon from behind his own net. Shots are 26-18. Only 18 shots for the Pittsburgh Penguins, but they scored 6 goals, including 2 shots here in this period. And now the sticks get up.
Well, it's Stevens going after Darius Kasparaitis. And Gary, when Stevens came down on the last rush and took a wrist shot, he was watching his shot, and Darius gave him the alley-oop right for the knees. And if there's one thing that a player will come back at you for, it's the low hit around the knees. Check this out. Mario Lemieux and Claude Loisel in a bear hug.
And Loisel's been the one following Lemieux around here in this series.
Is there any doubt about Mario Lemieux's strength? He just looked like he one-armed Claude Loisel, who's a smaller man, but he's a bulldog.
You think Pittsburgh's front office is looking at this and the bad back of Mario Lemieux going, oh my gosh.
You know, the way he's played in his hockey game, I can't imagine him hurting it. I mean, you know, we've talked about him hurting it, even bending over to do his skates up, but I know the Islanders haven't gotten any real good licks in on him, but still.
Claude Loisel, whose line is drawn, the Mario Lemieux line in this series, and Loisel's been the one playing Lemieux.
Claude Loisel's 100%er. He'll give you all he's got. You can't tell if Mario is actually talking to Carey Fraser, not to Claude Loisel on this play. He's standing there trying to get a little argument heard by Fraser. So as the scrum was going on, Mario had one piece of Loisel's jersey and the linesman had the other, and then they separated. At least Loisel separated from the linesman. Mario is just trying to do his job here and keep Loisel away from the pack. I'm sure he's talking to Loisel, he's saying, calm down, stay here. But Loisel didn't buy it. Mario said, all right, buy that. Buddy up on this. See how you like this. And, you know, here's the play that started it all. Watch Kevin Stevens take a shot. Now watch Stevens. Whoa, right for the knees. And Kasparaitis did that to Ray Ferraro the first day at training camp, and the Islanders went after Darius Kasparaitis. And you know what? Every team in the league has seen Kasparaitis hit like that, and every team has tried to get him back, but nobody's been able to take him out. We talked about this earlier in the series. There are probably more wanted posters up in locker rooms around the NHL for Darius Kasparaitis than any other player.
Well, that's got to be, that penalty, that rolling block should be a game misconduct, automatic 5-minute. You can't have that. You can stay in your skates and give it the old hip check where you roll the guy over. But when you start diving into a guy's knees, that is really dangerous.
Sure is.
Loisel has gone to the dressing room here.
Claude Loisel, 2 minutes for roughing. Number 47, Rich Pilon, 2 minutes for roughing.
2 for roughing.
Pittsburgh penalties, number 25, Kevin Stevens, 2 minutes for high sticking. Number
another look at it, Kevin Stevens shot.
And number 22, Rick
and the Kasparaitis alley-oop. And Stevens went by Kasparaitis 2 seconds after this and just sort of faked a little shot at him. But then they crossed paths again near the blue line, and that's when Stevens gave the shot.
Baseball had to outlaw the rolling block on guys sliding into second base for the same reason. Guys who roll in and take people out and ended up with bad knees.
You think Darius Kasparaitis cares? At a World Junior Tournament, as a Lithuanian, playing for the unified team, his goalie was so bad at the end of the game which they lost, he skated up to his goalie and drilled him right in the head. He was asked why he did it. He said he was terrible.
I want that guy on my team. All right, the extra minute ends up going to Pittsburgh. Extra 2 minutes here on the penalty. So the Islanders are back on the power play. This is their 8th power play of the game. Sent in around to Barrasso. It's a 6-2 Pittsburgh lead. Loisel got 2 for roughing. Pilon 2 for roughing. Pittsburgh penalties. Stevens 2, high sticking. Tocchet and Lemieux each 2 for roughing. Those are the penalties. The extra 2 going to Pittsburgh. Power play for the New York Islanders. Near side Malakoff shot. Save Barrasso. He put the left pad on it. Blocked it easily. Cleared out of the zone by Larry Murphy. Knocked down by Malakoff. Ray Ferraro. Ferraro with Delgarno and King in the power play unit. Samuelson back. Samuelson held on to by Delgarno. Ferraro had it, lost it. Joey Mullen will clear it out. Mullen, who picked up the short-handed goal for Pittsburgh in this game. The Pittsburgh Penguins got the short-handed goal scored against them. 4 by the New York Islanders in this playoff. They'll come back and get one here in this game against the Islanders. Norton squeezed and taken out of the play by Joey Mullen and Tippett and cleared out by Ramsey.
If the Mullen clan can be reasonably happy. Brian got one. Joey got one.
They're both healthy and still playing. Derek King brings it in. Kick blocked by Tippett. Tried to kick that one in. Malakoff's got it. Malakoff moving in. The defenseman centering shot. Thomas save made by Barrasso. Thomas was down in the good scoring range in the middle of the circle that time. 30 seconds remaining in the Islander power play. Uwe Krupp gets it up, but that's a 2-line pass as he tried to connect with Steve Thomas. 26 left on the Islander advantage.
Tom Barrasso has had to put up the wall here a couple of times in the third period. Had to in the second period near the end when the Islanders were coming hard. You know, the Penguins coverage there again, Gary. Everybody seemed to be looking at Malakoff, and nobody was looking at the most dangerous guy on the ice. Steve Thomas from that range is dangerous. Steve Thomas won the award this year that was given to the guy that plays for the Islanders that's the most cooperative with the media, the press. He says, you know what, I just try to treat them the way I would want to be treated if I were a fan, or I was a newspaper guy, or if I was a television guy. I kind of put myself in their shoes. He's really accommodating.
Claude Loisel, who'd gone to the dressing room, has now come back into the penalty box. He needed to have taken care of has been done. Played back to Uwe Krupp. 23 seconds left on the Islander power play. They're trailing here by a score of 6-2. Pittsburgh has turned it on here in this game 5. Krupp's able to hold it into Benoit Hogue. Hogue passes the shot up back from Krupp. Krupp near side. Krupp fanning on it. Picked up by Mullen in the Islander power play. This time around very tentative. And Mullen sends it in. And that's it. Power play over. So they're 1 for 8 on the power play in this game. Back to full strength for Pittsburgh.
It really looks like the Penguins don't fear the Islanders' power play down low, in around Tom Barrasso, in around the goal line without Pierre Turgeon. And they really cheat to the high side. They cheat to the blue line because that's where all the power is on the Islanders' power play.
Tom Barrasso gloves it with Benoit Hogue moving in. 6-2 Pens.
Jim was going where no man had ever gone, into the darkest jungles of Malaysia.
Did you find it, Jim?
Yeah.
Thought you could use a cold one.
Great. Ice cold O'Doul's. Not alcohol, and hey, only 70 calories. Just right for a true adventurer like Jim. Jim was going where no man had ever.
When you want the refreshing taste of beer without the alcohol, think O'Doul's. It's what beer drinkers drink when they're not drinking beer.
Some solutions to this 6-2 deficit that he faces, and he has been in tough situations, and he has been a part of 8 Stanley Cups, 4 as a coach of the New York Islanders, and 4 as a player, 2 with Toronto, 1 with Detroit, 1 with Chicago. He's got champion written all over him.
All over it, and he's written all over the teams that he's coached. Kasparaitis putting the check on. Brad McEachran, Sean McEachran trying to kick it in, could not. Fitzpatrick was able to knock that one away. Back to center. Martin Straka. Straka moving it back in with McEachran. Straka, the shot. Over the head of everybody and into the seats.
Oh, Rich Pilon is looking for heads.
Martin Straka's right there. Want to remind you, baseball coming up tomorrow right here on ESPN. It'll be 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific. Bo Jackson and the Red Hot Chicago White Sox. They're in first place in the American League West against another great home run hitting team. It's the Mariners. Wow, are they blasting the baseball, led by Ken Griffey Jr., tied for second with 9 home runs in the league. Tomorrow, White Sox and Mariners on ESPN.
Well, there's that table for one near the orchestra that I was talking about. Glenn Healy is all the way across the ice from his guys. The bench is on this side of the ice. You're looking at the far side of the ice, and that is where the New York Islanders come on and off. And simply because it gets too crowded on the bench, there's not enough room. Some of the NHL benches are so tight.
Healy was relieved by Mark Fitzpatrick in net. He has given up 1 of the 6 goals. 11:10 left to go in the third period. 28-18 the shots. Pittsburgh has scored 2 goals on 3 shots here in the third period. Samuelson sends it into the corner, held onto by Fitzpatrick behind the net. We will follow these 2 teams back to the Nassau Veterans County Coliseum, and you will see these 2 teams on Wednesday night in Game 6. Shot deflected by Jennings. Played around the net by Samuelson, not out. Vasquez's shot deflected wide. That was touched up right in front that time by David Volek. Whistle on that one as it ends up out of play. Islanders just keep coming and putting the heat on.
Keep hitting too. Mick Vukota rammed into Shell Samuelson. Samuelson's such a hard guy to take out solidly because he's so tall. But it sounded good.
No, thank you. I'll just stay up here. Thank you very much. Mick Vukota, 6'2". 2-1-5. Samuelson. Not many guys who can rock him when he's out there on the ice.
Only Uwe Krupp. 2 biggest men in the game facing each other in this series. 6'6", 235 for Samuelson and Krupp. Samuelson's more aggravating to play against. Uwe Krupp is more offensive. He's got a 97.7-mile-an-hour slap shot. He's a good defensive player, but he can really bring it home offensively. Shell Samuelson is an aggravating defensive player. He's always got a piece of you. He's always got the stick tugging at you. And very often, a guy like Ray Ferraro, the guy's bending down for a face-off. If you go to take Samuelson out, all you do is eat elbow.
Yeah, you're right at the proper level. Rick Tocchet bringing it through the middle, sweeps it into the zone. Pittsburgh now dump it back, force the Islanders to run it up ice the full distance. Tocchet out there with Lemieux and Stevens. Mario trying to center. Lemieux pinned up by Norton behind the net. Stevens came back. Puck sits behind the net. Norton around off Lemieux's skate in front. Shot! Just missed that one down on the ice. Taglianetti who took the shot. Taglianetti. Boy, what a chance he had on that one. Ferraro clears it out of the zone. Played back by Ulf Samuelson. Taglianetti ahead. Back comes Stevens. Stevens, Tocchet and Lemieux still out there. Taking it away was Krupp to Ferraro, up to Patrick Flatley. Flatley's got King cutting off his skate. King hit by Taglianetti, just stood him up. Ferraro trying to cut in. Can't get by Ramsey, can't get by Tocchet. Works his way into center, but right there's Taglianetti to play it. Peter Taglianetti. The high flip out of the zone, an icing call coming up here on Pittsburgh as they wanted to change it up. Pilon touches up, stopping the clock at 9:42.
Mario Lemieux continues to play. Continues to log just about as much ice time as he did early in the game. With this lead, it's kind of a luxury for Scotty Bowman. He doesn't have to wear him out. You know, there's something about Mario Lemieux. He can stand in one place long enough, the puck just comes to him. He tripped up Uwe Krupp on this play, and you know, he got pinned against the board after this by Jeff Norton. See, he gets pinned against the boards. Now watch him. He gets pinned. Norton leaves and has the puck. Look at Mario. He's going to wait here for it. Here it comes. Right off the skate.
A tremendous sixth sense that these athletes have of his caliber.
Well, while the rest of the guys, like I was, are racing around like mad fools trying to chase the puck, Mario knows that sooner or later it's got to get back where he is.
So he just waits. Cleared out through center. Another icing call coming up here. Pittsburgh doesn't particularly want this. It stops the clock. Pittsburgh six-pack tonight. They've had everybody involved. Lemieux's got 2 goals and an assist. Tocchet 1 and 2. Larry Murphy 1 and 2. Stevens 3 assists. Francis 2 assists, and Yager a goal.
I wonder if Scotty Bowman's not tempted to just sit Mario Lemieux. The playing doesn't seem to bother him. He doesn't seem to hurt at playing. It stiffens up on the off days. But boy, wouldn't there be a temptation to say, gosh, we've gotten through this one. We're down to 9 minutes to go with a 4-goal lead. They'll just sit him here. I'm sure at that point Mario would turn around and say, Scotty, I'm still all right.
I'm ready. Pittsburgh Penguins try to keep their record here at home. They're 4-1 in the playoffs at home. As we mentioned, they really put the puck in the net here in these home games in the playoffs. Troy Loney's got it. And Loney, make sure he gets over the red line before he dumps that one in. Pittsburgh here at home in the playoffs this season, now outscoring the opposition at 29-11. Back with it, Grant Jennings. Jennings trying to get it up ice. Benoit Hogue's got a circle waiting for Brian Mullen to get onside. Pilon back in his own end. Islanders with 9 minutes left to go here to try and overcome a 4-goal deficit against the two-time Stanley Cup champion Pittsburgh Penguins defending. Barrasso will come up to play this. Barrasso cleared it up himself to Troy Loney, who was coming out. Loney had Yager cutting. Benoit Hogue read that one. Blue line shot wide. Malakoff rather. Malakoff missing, just didn't get it on net. Back to center. Yager was trying to break again. Baskey was there that time. To Travis Green, blocked by Francis. Mullen comes back to get it. Barrasso watching that one go to the corner. Pushed up along the boards by Grant Jennings. Jennings dumped it center by Mullen. Mullen, Francis. Malakoff rode him off the puck. Islanders not finding much room here to mount the offensive thrust that they need here in the final 8 minutes of this third period. Off the boards, Taglianetti came in, hit Delgarno, but Delgarno got rid of the pass. Loisel, the shot, missed it on the short side. Rebounded back to the red line, tipped away again by Joey Mullen. Played there by Baskey. Baskey will move back behind the net again. Pittsburgh Penguins starting this game with that explosion. 3 goals in 1 minute 48 seconds of the first period. Islanders looked as though they had regrouped and gotten this thing at least back to where they were playing on a level surface at the end of the second period. Joey Mullen picked up a shorthanded goal here in the third period that made it 5-2, and that was a back-breaking goal in this game.
With a big lead, Scotty Bowman can go to his all-rookie line. Martin Straka at center, Sean McEachran on the left side, and Mike Needham on the right. Good experience for them with a 4-goal lead.
Jeff Norton brings it in. Shot taken and the save made by Barrasso and David Volek. And he'll hang on to it. 7:19 left. Pittsburgh that close to going up 3-2 in this series. They lead it by 4.
$500. Raymond Honda will beat any advertised price in South Florida on a new Honda by $500. Accord, Civic, Prelude, Del Sol. Raymond Honda will beat any advertised price on any new Honda by $500. Only Raymond Honda, Dade County's #1 volume Honda sales leader, makes this incredible offer. Choose from over 500 new Hondas with no hassle. Save an extra $500 at Raymond Honda, your hometown Honda dealer in the heart of Miami on Bird Road at the Palmetto Expressway. We love you.
Pittsburgh not worried about shooting here in this period. They've gotten the 2 goals they needed in the period and taken only 3 shots, and that's still where it is. 29 on the game for the New York Islanders. Samuelson behind his own net. Samuelson taken out of the play. Fitzgerald left it for Ramsey. Ramsey trying to break Martin Straka. Straka was cutting through the middle. Kids see a little daylight out there, and they're going to go to it. Down low. Save made by Bacota's shot by Barrasso. Not out of the zone. Spun around, held in by David Volek. Ramsey back to get it. Volek, Bacota. Volek had it, dropped it for Bacota, but it was behind him. Sean McEachran cleared it out of the zone.
That's the kind of experience that Scotty hopes that rookie line will get and benefit from. It's playing their own end. They're all gifted offensive players. They all grew up as the star of their team. They know how to wheel and deal once they hit the offensive blue line. But it's how to get it out of your end and not panic and read your coverage and all of that stuff. That's the experience Scotty Bowman needs his kids to gain here in the playoffs.
Jeff Daniels is out there now with Stevens, another one of the kids. Stevens put the hit on behind the play on Pilon. They separate themselves well. Islanders back into the zone in the middle. Thomas, shot, block, rebound, shot, score! Barrasso never saw that one. Travis Green gets the goal, and it is 6-3 Pittsburgh.
Perfect for Travis Green just to walk into and rip. Kept it low. Tom Barrasso didn't have time to react and come out on this. Steve Thomas is stopped by Grant Jennings. You can see Jennings stops it with his skate, and then in clearing Thomas, oh boy, I tell you what, Travis Green's eyes had to light up. Jennings almost got that. Still surprised that Tom Barrasso isn't out a little more, Gary. I thought he'd be a little more aggressive on the play, but he's tucked back there, so see that he's a good foot inside his crease and really didn't even flinch when the shot came by. It might not have mattered where he was standing. Travis Green just waded into that one.
Travis Green picks up his first in this series and his first of this year's playoffs, third rather of this year's playoffs. And it is a 6-3 lead for Pittsburgh. Here in Pittsburgh, this is game 5. Gary Thorne, Bill Clement, and with 6 minutes and 6 seconds to go in the third period, the Pittsburgh Penguins have a 6-3 lead on the New York Islanders. Francis sends it in. Lemieux had 2 goals and an assist playing in this game. Rick Tocchet a goal and 2 assists. Shorthanded goal picked up by Mullen here in this period that made it 5-2 and extended that lead. The Islanders trying to battle here with 5:46 left to go. They've just cut the deficit on Travis Green's goal at 13:45 from Thomas and Kasparaitis. His third career playoff goal. 6-3 now, Pittsburgh on top. Ramsey sends it across ice to Mullen. Roy Mullen ships it into the zone. Held onto by Fitzpatrick, who came on for Healy after the 5th goal was scored by Pittsburgh. Hogue leaving it. Set up by Baskey. Cross ice. Mullen couldn't get it. Yager clears it out of the zone. Yager drops it in the middle of Tippett. Tippett with Baskey, but he left the puck behind. Tippett turns, sends it in, got nailed in the head, and he's going to call this one. Benoit Hogue nailed Tippett in the back of the head for no particular reason, and they may take both of them on this.
I think Dave Tippett swung around with a stick after Hogue nailed him. And that's what it'll be, coincidentals. Watch Tippett just dump it in the zone. He fumbled the puck as he was trying to get it across on the carry. And there's Tippett just swinging around, retaliating on Hogue. Boy, it's tough when you're coming back into the play with your head down like that and turn, you don't know what's coming at you. There might be somebody back checking. Tippett just had to try to get it in deep.
Frustration on the part of Benoit Hogue. Tippett the retaliatory penalty. Both goals for 2 with 5:07 left to go. Baseball tonight coming up next here on ESPN. All the scores in Major League Baseball. We'll update you on that. Highlights as well. As Philadelphia continues to be a big story in Major League Baseball right now. A season of things you didn't expect. Coop will bring it out. Coop drops it off. Loisel got it into the zone. Puck checked away from him. At center, McEachran will give chase. 4-on-4 now. McEachran is out there with Yager. Ulf Samuelsson. Yager brings it in. The other skater being Peter Taglianetti. Norton for the Islanders. Norton out there with Coop, Loisel, and Thomas. Claude Loisel from the corner. Loisel dumps it out to Coop. Uwe Coop sends it across ice. Taglianetti played it there. Coop's got to come back to get it. So Pittsburgh about to take the lead in this series, 3-2. The Islanders will have a must game coming up, but it'll be at home. We'll be there on Wednesday night to bring you that game. Game 6. Yager takes it back in behind the net. Full house here, 6 sellouts. The Pittsburgh Penguins, all 6 of their home games thus far. Yager tried to dump it in front, couldn't. Still 4-on-4. Stevens to the middle. Stevens backhander. Gone off the end of the stick of Fitzpatrick that time. Looks like it might have been a little wide in any event. Fitzgerald the other way. Fitzgerald. He takes it wide of Barrasso. Bounces off the back of the net. It's loose. Samuelsson to play it. Samuelsson again taking the hit from David Volek. Islanders trying to hold it in the zone. Can't. Stevens. Left it. Samuelsson poke checks it away. 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining to go in the third. Fitzgerald in. Samuelsson with him. Fitzgerald, back, shot, Volek, save. Barrasso thought it had gone by him. It did not. David Volek had the chance. Barrasso the save. 3:32 remaining in this one, and Pittsburgh's up by 3.
When it's this greasy, you need a more powerful cleaner degreaser. Castrol Super Clean solubilizes grease on contact, neutralizing its ability to stick. So if it won't come clean with Super Clean, it won't come clean.
The best defense is not to offend. Thus, introducing the new Right Guard Sports Stick. Now with a time-release formula for longer-lasting protection against hostile odor all day. For protection that endures.
Here comes Jim. in for a pit.
Jim, backyard's next.
Hey, no duels. Non-alcohol, 70 calories. Perfect. After all, the competition is pretty stiff out here.
When you want the refreshing taste of beer without the alcohol, think O'Doul's. It's what beer drinkers drink when they're not drinking beer.
3:32 remaining. The shots are still just 3 in this period for Pittsburgh Penguins. 18 on the game. Islanders continue to pile it up. 32 shots on goal as they've done throughout this series. They outshoot Pittsburgh in every game, but Pittsburgh's about to go ahead with the lead in the series. Travis Green on the face-off against Francis. They don't get the sticks down. Kevin Collins says, hang on, we're going to do this again. Pittsburgh's going to keep their streak alive of 6-0 when they lead after 1 and 5-0 when they lead after 2 in this year's playoffs. Samuelson back to get it. Samuelson will circle it back. Mario Lemieux has gone the distance in this game and very effective in doing so.
I talked about Scotty Bowman. We have to sitting him and resting him to make sure he doesn't get hurt. I don't think I've seen him since then, Gary. Maybe one shift.
Oh, I think you're right. He came out once with the Talkett Stevens for a short shift and then went back. We're going to give him a little rest. Sent in by Samuelson. Travis Green going back with it. Samuelson, Green collide. Samuelson pulled it in. Penalty coming up, and there they go. Samuelson and Green, the originators. Delgarno then joined in for the Islanders. A penalty has been called by Kerry Fraser on Alf Samuelson, probably for boarding. He took the extra steps.
Well, we got the major league scrum going here, Gary. We've got as great an entanglement of bodies as I've seen in the playoffs. All right, who's got the ball?
Somebody throw that ball out.
Yeah. Travis Green kind of got pile-driven. Past tense of pile drive as a verb. Pile drive. Watch Alf Samuelson here. You push him on the top so that his head actually, I mean, Travis Green just pulled to the side, or it would have been a pile driver into the glass.
And away they went. And away they'll go. With 2:55 left to go here in the third period. Travis Green already over there. He's played a very tough physical series. He's not been afraid to stick his nose in, and of course he never is. Alf Samuelson. This week on ESPN, all kinds of great hockey action coming your way. Tomorrow, St. Louis will be playing at Toronto. Toronto has taken the lead in that series and a chance to do some more damage at home. 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Tomorrow, St. Louis and Toronto. On Wednesday, these two teams play again in Game 6. Pittsburgh looks as though they're going to be up here with a victory here, 3-2 in the series. So a chance for Pittsburgh to put it away. And then the doubleheader, Toronto, St. Louis, Vancouver, Los Angeles on Thursday.
Some of the greatest performances ever by a goaltender in that St. Louis-Toronto series, Curtis Joseph. And the Toronto Maple Leafs struggle every game to dictate the tempo and the flow. And when they do that, they are successful.
The goaltenders, some magnificent numbers. Curtis Joseph is still #1 in the playoffs. His goals against is .168. His save percentage is .955. Patrick Waugh has moved up to second now with the goals against at .234. He's got a .928 save percentage. Barrasso is third. So those are the great goaltenders that we are seeing here in this one.
Will be served by number 39.
Bill and I will have the pleasure of going back to St. Louis on Thursday when that series tied at 2-2. They play at Toronto, so they're going to have a Game 6 no matter what. We'll be there for that one on Thursday. All kinds of hockey for you as the playoffs roll along. 2:55 remaining to go here in the third period. Francis on the face-off. Norton's got it. Drops it off for Krupp. Uwe Krupp setting it up. Norton blocked. Islander power play underway here. Islanders 9 power play chances in this game, but so far only 1 goal to show for it. Krupp shot deflected. Barrasso got it in the glove as King came out right in front of him. Almost had the stick in the glove with the puck.
Anything that's been off the ice, Tom Barrasso has been able to get that quick glove on in this hockey game, including that one. This just like being a catcher, squatting down behind a batter, and when he swings, if you're a kid, the first time you try it, you flinch and you close your eyes and you miss the ball. The goalies have to be just like catchers because there are people trying to deflect and trying to tip the puck in front, and you got to focus all the way.
Islanders with that big shot advantage in the game now, but that has not told the story. Islander power play underway. Group's going to come back to get it. Oh, Samuelson got 2 for roughing, 2 for boarding, and Travis Green had the 2 for roughing, so the extra 2 went to Samuelson. That's the Islander power play. Shot by Baskey, save made again by Barrasso, and he's playing it smooth and easy right now. The great goaltenders, when they are on, will play with the economy of motion. They're hot. They move around less, and they make everything look so easy.
The best way to describe it is efficient. He's terribly efficient. Don't waste any energy. Tom Barrasso came into this league as an 18-year-old and promptly won the Vezina as the top goalie, the Calder as the top rookie, and made the first All-Star team right out of high school, active Foxborough, Mass. And then he struggled for a few years in the league before really putting it together in the last 2.5 to 3 years here with the Pittsburgh Penguins. And he used to be a reflex goalie, jumping all over the place, tucked way back in his net. Now he is efficient.
Very consistent. Fitzgerald sends it back to Delgado. 1:12 remaining on the power play for the New York Islanders. Coop steps up to hold it in. Shell Samuelson is there, finds the alley and gets it out of the zone. 2 minutes to go in the third period. Pittsburgh Penguins on top. Played by Pocket. Pocket saw the hit coming and was able to kind of pad himself, but he didn't exactly appreciate it. They still go at it in the corner. Shell Samuelson comes in, puts the cross check on. Battle for the puck along the boards. Finally cleared out. Fitzgerald put that big hit on. Coop again. Coop the shot. Hit the outside of the net. Coop comes back to get his own rebound. Coop, Norton. One-timer Norton deflected. Barrasso! The save on David Volek. Reaching behind him. Then Delgado moved in and dumped Tocchet. And Samuelson moved in and took him out.
What does Tocchet want a piece of Brad Delgado? Delgado just reefed Rick Tocchet. Well, this very often happens when emotions have run this high for this long in a hockey game. You can tell when it gets like this, Gary, that both teams understand that the outcome of this game has been decided. What all of this is taken away from it, an incredible reaction by Tom Barrasso on a deflection, I think, that came from his own player. I think Peter Taglianetti deflected the puck that Barrasso had to be quick enough, perhaps even to see coming off the post. Cruz set it up for Norton. The shot, perfect deflection there by Peter Taglianetti. Did blocker, post, and then Tom Barrasso with the focus all the way. Like Pete Rose. Remember, as the pitch used to go by, Rose would follow it right into the mitt. Barrasso sees this one go off his blocker, back against the post, and look at it. Never takes his eye off it, sees it come off the post, cradles it. I always remember that about Pete Rose. The only guy that used to do that. If he stood there and took a pitch, he followed it all the way back into the catcher's mitt.
Well, we're going to get more penalties called here. More guys heading to the dressing room. And Barrasso just sharing a couple of words with David Volek. Taglianetti's on his way out. Only have 1:30 left to go. Taglianetti heads in. Kerry Fraser over to make the calls here. The Islanders still have 35 seconds remaining on their 9th power play of the game. 1 power play goal to show for it here in this game against Pittsburgh in this series now. The New York Islanders have scored 3 power play goals on 27 chances. That's in this series against Pittsburgh. Rick Tocchet, 3-point night on his way up. Here's Brad Delgado, who took the shot, started all of this, the side of the net.
New York penalties, number 14, Tom
Ferraro's already gone in ahead of it. So with 1:30 left to go, more penalties here. Pittsburgh leading it by a score of 6-3. St. Louis and Toronto tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern and 4:30 Pacific. St. Louis Blues, Toronto Maple Leafs. That game, Bill, I thought at the end of that, Toronto looked like they had the better legs of the two teams who have battled already in 2 double overtime games.
Yeah, there's no question the team that's winning looks like they have the best legs. St. Louis knocked off Chicago. to get up against Toronto, who knocked off Detroit in 7 games. And the Toronto Maple Leafs look very tired after Game 7 against Detroit. 1 day off, a travel day, but they have really rallied. And I agree with you. Toronto looked like they had legs. Question mark for tomorrow night's game. Can Curtis Joseph rebound, and can he keep focused? The Maple Leafs worked their game plan to a T yesterday. Crowding, jamming, blocking, distracting Curtis Joseph. And he admitted after the game, yeah, it kind of took me off my game. And he vowed it will not happen again. And he may need another legendary performance in Maple Leaf Gardens.
That's exactly what Toronto wanted to do. Norton sends it in. Barrasso just gets rid of it off to Mullen. Those last penalties evened out here. Fitzgerald and Delgarno going for roughing. Tocchet and Taglianetti for roughing. So the power play for the Islanders is still underway for another 9 seconds. Kings got it, but it was offside as he touched it up after it had come outside the zone and brought it back in. Minute 2 left to go, third period. 7 seconds left on the Pittsburgh penalty. A 6-3 lead. The Pittsburgh Penguins are going to have the series edge 3 games to 2, and they head to the Island for Wednesday's game.
Be a big test, obviously, for Al Arbour and his guys. Remember, this is the first time they will face elimination in this year's playoffs. Al Arbour has been in those situations before, but a lot of his guys haven't. They looked a little jittery. Their coverages were off early in this hockey game and gave the Penguins a chance to pick them apart early. And really, the game was never close. It looked like it was going to be close because the Islanders surged for a couple of minutes at one point in this hockey game. But boy, it was the first 2 minutes that cost the Islanders this hockey game.
4-2 is as close as the Islanders were going to get in this game. Tom Barrasso waiting in net now as the final seconds. We're in the final minute of the game. A victory for Barrasso, and he's about to tie Tony Esposito for 45 playoff wins in his career, 11th best in National Hockey League history. As he continues to pile up those impressive numbers, he's going to be 45 and 27 in his career in 20 seconds from now. Islanders just dumping it out. Bollock's got it. Bollock drops it off. Loisel brings it in. Jennings takes him out of the play. That was a little shot for Lemieux after Lemieux had gotten tied up with Loisel earlier in the game. Kasparaitis sends it in. Under 10 seconds left to go. Jennings and Loisel collide again. This gets a little nasty here at the end between those two, but Loisel moves away. Bollock goes to the point. Barrasso blocked it, makes the save, and that's it. He's got it. Tom Barrasso has tied Tony Esposito for 11th best in playoff wins, and the Pittsburgh Penguins have beaten the Islanders 6-3. And they take the series lead 3 games to 2. Tomorrow, right here on ESPN, our coverage of the Stanley Cup Playoffs continues. The St. Louis Blues and the Toronto Maple Leafs at 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. And baseball tonight is coming up next. I'll shut my mouth as the words don't want to come anymore. For Bill Clement and our crew, good night.
Los Angeles, it was playoffs late night in Vancouver. Game 5 in a 2-2 series, and Kings goalie Kelly Hrudey, in the back of his mind, had to be thinking, maybe just for a moment, about 1987 when he was in goal for the Islanders' 4 overtime win over the Caps. Hrudey and the Kings in Vancouver in a wild game, and the great one got it going in the first period. 1-0 Canucks. Sandstrom the backhand. Gretzky puts in the rebound. 7th playoff goal. 2 minutes later, Robitaille beating Yari Curry. He scores, and the Kings are up 2-1. Second period off the faceoff. Jim Sanlak to Peter Nedved for the tip-in a 2-2 game. The Kings up 3-2, and then Trevor Linden ties it in traffic at 3-all. Gary Melrose team fighting back for that home ice advantage. Gary Bettman watching this one go to overtime in the first OT. Both teams with opportunities. Courtnall the shot. Kelly Hrudey with a nice save. And then for the Kings, Robitaille shoots. McSorley not quite on the rebound. Into the second OT. Robitaille the shot. Then a save. Robitaille regains control. And Gary Shuchuk beats McLean. And the Kings, in double OT, win their longest game ever in Kings history as they take out Vancouver 4-3. Vancouver had just 1 shot on goal in the second OT. The Kings' winning goal came on the 6th shot of that second overtime. So the Kings have now a 3-2 advantage in the series. They will move to Game 6 for Game 6 in Los Angeles on Thursday night. You'll see that right here on ESPN. And we here on National Hockey Overnight want to invite you to watch National Hockey Night tonight. Wednesday evening, the Penguins go for the clincher. They have a chance leading 3-2 in their series against the New York Islanders, 7:30 Eastern, 4th.
second home run of his career and a 1-0 Milwaukee lead. Then in the bottom of the fourth, Don Mattingly swinging on an inside pitch and strained the area in the lower rib. He'll be out a couple of weeks, headed for the disabled list. Bottom of the fifth in a 1-1 game. Jim Leyritz in there for Mattingly and delivers. With the bases loaded, 2-run score. Yanks go up 4-2, and then in the ninth inning, Steve Farr trying to save it and finish off the Brewers and Kevin Reimer. Reimer bounces it back at Farr. Now watch at first as he throws. Looks like a little elbow here on Leyritz. So Reimer and Leyritz go at each other, and everybody comes out from the two dugouts. No punches thrown. The fans hollering things at the Brewers, and security called upon. Even Jamie Navarro upset. Maybe somebody called him Jaime Navarro. It's good to be in touch with your feelings. The Yankees win 4-2. Jim Abbott's first victory in over a month. Don Mattingly, as we said, headed for the disabled list. The Yankees just put Bernie Williams on the DL, also with a muscle strain. The Royals and the Indians in an afternoon game at Municipal Stadium. Bottom of the first, Cleveland striking with Carlos Baerga, doubling it a couple of runs, 2-0 Tribe. Then in the sixth inning, George Brett. It's up there. It's out there. It's his 300th career home run. 6-3 Kansas City. More on Brett's magic moment in a moment. Bottom of the eighth, Pichardo a little too close, and here comes Albert Bell charging the mound, and then McFarland tackles Bell. Watch Bell slug away at McFarland. Albert doing a little venting here as Kansas City ended up beating up on the Indians 7-3. So the Indians have lost 6 of their last 7. Mike McFarland did have 3 hits along with Greg Gagne. They each drove in 2. But Brett, of course, 3 hits warming up from his traditional slow start. Now this looks a little like an eye chart, so bear with us. With his 300th home run, Brett really steps up toward royalty. Only George and Stan Musial have 3,000 hits, 300 home runs, 600 doubles, and 100 triples. Willie Mays joins the pair on the next tier, and then Aaron and Yastrzemski join Stan and George on the next level, and only 6 players have 3,000 hits and 300 home runs. Not bad company for Brett, who celebrates his 40th birthday on Saturday.
And no one would dare call him Jaime. Colorado Rockies skipper Don Baylor knew why his club had lost 7 of 8 going into their matinee with the Giants. Baylor cited poor relief pitching, base running mistakes, and everyone's favorite, fundamental errors. All that and more could not be avoided against San Francisco. But losing record or not, baseball in Colorado is a pretty picture. Top of the second, no score. Bruce Ruffin gets baseball's best, Barry Bonds, to line out into the 1-6-3 double play. But Ruffin was still out of the game by the 4th. 4-1 Giants. Willie Blair, no relief. Darren Lewis drives in 2. Kurt Manwaring and Willie McGee come in. 6-1 Giants. As for Giants starter John Burkett, not only did he get the run support, he got some great defense from Barry Bonds, who robs Charlie Hayes. Top of the 6th, 8-4 Giants. Ooh, Jeff Parrott nails Will Clark. No fight on this day. Top of the 8th, 8-6 Giants. Barry Bonds. That's RBI number 31 on the year for Mr. Bonds. Bonds and the Giants win this one 13-8. Darren Lewis helped out. 3 hits, 3 RBIs. John Burkett, despite his worst outing of the year, became the NL's first 6-game winner. By the way, the Rockies put the game's second leading hitter, Andres Galarraga, on the 15-day DL with a hamstring tear. Jay Gaynor was called up. The Marlins in Montreal, Jimmy Jones on the hill for the Expos. And he gets some defensive help. Junior Felix sends one deep, but check out Larry Walker in right. This guy makes catches like this at least 3 times a week. He's fantastic. Jack Armstrong facing Walker, bottom of the 6th. Walker does it with his bat. He gets all of this one, and his homer followed a shot by Marquise Grissom. The Expos were within a run, 3-2. Will Cordero then puts the Expos up by a run with a 2-run home run. It was 4-3 Montreal. Top of the 9th, after a leadoff triple by Jeff Conine, Greg Briley finds the gap. Greg scoring Conine with that double. We're tied at 4. Bottom of the 9th, runner at second, Marquise Grissom. That's his 4th hit of the day. Mike Lansing trying to score the game winner, and he does. 5-4 Montreal wins. Grissom, a big day, 4 hits. He's got now 11 hits in his last 21 at-bats. John Wetland got credit for the win after blowing the save. This guy, it was his 3rd blown save in 6 opportunities. Destrada and Conine combined for 7 of the Marlins' 10 hits. Chris?
On the ice, Pat Burns has taken Toronto's Stanley Cup hopes out of the deep freeze. The first-year coach with the Maple Leafs is trying to do what he did in his first year in Montreal, get his team into the finals. The last time Toronto made the NHL's version of the Final Four was 1978, and a win in St. Louis Thursday night would get them there this time. Bob Rouse and Kent Manderville break in on a 2-on-none, and they blow it. They get nothing and have to like it. Then Ron Sutter cross-checks Rouse, and that deserves an out. Rouse miss would be costly because early in the third period, it was still 1-0. Brett Hull, the pass to Dave Lowry, who tips it in for the goal, his second of the playoffs, and we're in a 1-1 tie. And then in the third, Wendell Clark hammers Craig Janney. Janney goes down in severe pain, but did return later in the third. Still in a 1-1 game, Blues on the power play. Emerson shoots, Jeff Brown tips it, Brendan Shanahan screens Felix Potvin and jumps out of the way for a goal. Brown's third of the playoffs, making it 2-1, and then Curtis Joseph protecting everything, saving 40 shots. Hull did have 2 assists as the Blues win, and Joseph the reason the Blues are in the playoffs and still hanging around. Dave Anderchuk had his 11th goal of the playoffs, setting a Toronto team record. But the Blues will force a Game 7 Saturday night in Toronto. You'll see it here on ESPN. The Kings and the Canucks going at it in the Great Western Forum. 2-1. Vancouver leading in the second period. Dana Merzen checks Gary Shuchek, who had the game-winning goal in Game 5. It was a 2-minute minor. Then Mike Donnelly is an afterthought, so that's now a double minor. A bench minor creates a 5-on-3 power play. Yari Curry deflects it in for a 2-all tie. Then it's a 5-on-4 power play. 17 seconds later, Robitaille gets it to Sandstrom, who scores, and it's 3-2 Kings. To wrap it up, Wayne Gretzky avoiding a check, gets it to Sandstrom, who shoots, and Warren Reichel puts it in. 6th playoff goal. He only had 6 goals during the season, and watch this Phil Simms kind of reaction from Warren Reichel as the Kings go on to win it and go into the semifinals, the conference championships. The franchise in 26 years has never gone this far, as Wayne Gretzky with 3 points now has 23 points in the playoffs. The Kings have won 7 of their last 9 playoff games, and they await the winner of the Leafs-Blues series. And one other hockey note, the Edmonton Oilers.
This happened halfway point of the third period. Brian Mullen tried to go to his forehand. The puck appeared to jump up on edge just when Mullen was about to shoot it. And Tom Barrasso didn't even have to make a save. But when you go back to situations and you say, boy, what should have, what could have, that's one of them right there, Brian Mullen's chance.
There's our storyline tonight. Pittsburgh, the 2 goals with 3 minutes and 47 seconds left of the third period. Look at the saves made by Glenn Healy. All that work, and all of a sudden, you got to go to overtime. And the numbers in overtime for this Islander team are nothing short of phenomenal. The New York Islanders are 28-7 in 35 playoff overtime games. They have won 3 straight playoff games this year. They have won their last 7 overtime games. The last time the Islanders lost an overtime playoff game was in April of '85 in a double overtime to Washington.
I think we have to go back to the start of the game and still call the Penguins favorites going into overtime. The one variable that I didn't know about at the end of the first period, though, still sticks in my mind, and that is Tom Barrasso. David Volek's goal was stoppable. Benoit Hogue fluttered a little bit from the blue line, but still, Barrasso has only had 17 shots. Not even enough work to know if he's in the game, but he did at least let 1 goal in that looked stoppable.
Pittsburgh Penguins, 13 overtime games in their playoff history. 3 games last season, none this year, and we're underway. The next goal wins it. The team that gets it plays Montreal. The other team decides which golf course for Saturday. Murphy the shot. Wide. Rebound comes back to Thomas. Cleared to center. Ramsey guns it right back in. Shots 42-17 on this game in favor, of course, of Pittsburgh. Chased down Benoit Hogue. Knocked away by Murphy. Thomas had it, lost it. Cleared out of the zone. Malakoff comes back to get it. Brought in. Hogue looking. Spun around. Ramsey turned him. Hogue again. Takes the shot. Behind Barrasso. It did not go in. That went behind him and came back out.
Did it hit the post?
I don't know who hit it. Brian Mullen was in behind Barrasso looking for the tip, and I don't know if it went off the post or Brian Mullen.
You know, I thought Benoit Hogue gave up a good chance right there when he went wide, but he stayed with the puck, and Mike Ramsey fell finally to the front. No, it went off the pile, didn't it? It went off Brian Mullen.
Look at this.
Oh, baby, and you're praying for it just to bounce the right way because Dave Tippett is holding Brian Mullen in. And you know that Brian Mullen, of all of the Islanders, because he missed the breakaway chance that could have given the Islanders the 4-1 lead, wanted that so bad.
You know, son, I played in an overtime game in the NHL once, and I was behind the goal kidney and didn't go in. 1 minute into the overtime. Face-off comes back into the Islander end.
There's a lot of time left for that story to still be rewritten.
Yes, with a smile on his face. Tippett put the big hit on Malikoff, who immediately speared him. Ferraro got in on Tippett too and knocked him down away from the play. Puck in the corner. Pocket wraparound, not going to get it. Pocket was taken out of the play by Derek King. Tippett trying to hold it in for Pittsburgh does. Glenn Healy didn't bat at it. The net was empty, but the centering pass had nobody there to get a shot off. Back to center Samuelson. Alt Samuelson sends it in. New York Islanders, all the overtime games in their history, including double overtimes this year that they played, 2 of those. Has to get it Lemieux, center. Intercepting Dennis Baskey. Baskey gets it up ice to King. King, red line, guns it in. Knocked down by Barrasso. Barrasso plays it on himself to Lemieux. Lemieux knocks it down. Islanders changing, but they get back on the ice. Larry Murphy to Lemieux. Lemieux for the game winner. Shot deflected into the wide side corner.
Great play by Healy. He followed him all the way across. Finally, Lemieux had no angle.
Uwe Krug takes it away and clears out of the zone. By the time Lemieux got it off, he was on the goal line. Ray Ferraro in for the game winner. Save. Healy rebound. Sitting in front. Francis cleared it out. Lemieux hanging even behind him that time. And a delayed offside call as the Islanders were not out of the zone.
If you're hurting, beating fast, you ain't a hockey fan. Man,
talk about chances.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Mario's thinking I should have at least taken a shot at it. Ray Ferraro came right back down after the Lemieux chance, and Mike Ramsey, while putting him off balance, wasn't able to keep him from the shot. And this is what happened before the Ferraro chance. Mario Lemieux with the drop pass to Murphy, confused the defense, back to Lemieux, decided not to shoot. Look at Healy. Follow, all the way across. When Lemieux shot, the puck was absolutely on the goal line. He had no angle. He would have had to put a curve on it, and I've never seen anybody do that from that angle.
Brother Uwe Krug helping out there. He got the stick out too and was forcing it down deep with Healy. Great effort on all the players' parts right there. Samuelson, shell on the near side has it. We're in the overtime. This game is tied at 3-3. A tremendous hockey game where the Pittsburgh Penguins had to come from behind. 2 goals down to do it. Ulf Samuelson scored in the second period, 1-0. Steve Thomas tied it up in the second. David Bollock in the third, and Benoit Hogue. The Islanders were up at 16-13. Francis cut it to a 1-goal game, and at the 19-minute mark, Tocchet got his 7th of the playoffs this year to tie the game up. 17:32 left in the first overtime. Face-off will have to be chased for the far end. It's going to be an icing call without Samuelson going back to get it. He makes the touch up there. For the New York Islanders this season, they came away with the series win 4-2 against Washington, but in doing so, Brian Mullen had to score a goal in Game 2 at 34:50 of the second overtime, and Ray Ferraro had to score at 25:40 of Game 4 in double overtime.
Don't expect to see Pierre Turgeon. It wouldn't be fair to him to put him out in this situation. He played sparingly in this hockey game, started on power plays and back to even strength later on in the game, but unless there's a power play, I don't think you'll see the Islanders' top offensive player in this overtime.
Off the face-off, Pittsburgh in their offensive end here. Yager had it against the boards to Murphy. Murphy the shot, save made by Healy. Deflects to the short side corner. Fitzgerald played it off the glass. Doug Lemieux shot, save Healy! Great shot by Mario Lemieux right on the short side post. Murphy steps up. Murphy able to hold it in. Delgado gives chase. Delgado out for Loisel. Loisel. Fitzgerald coming 2-on-2. Fitzgerald stop, knocked down. Great check put on. Back. Francis. Save! Glenn Healy.
Well, what a treat. Glenn Healy is giving every hockey fan in this country that is tuned in to this hockey game. I don't care if you're a Penguins fan, folks. You got to admire what Glenn Healy has been able to do in this hockey game. Ron Francis had Yager right here coming for the rebound, but forget about it. Glenn Healy just ate it up. And you talk about confidence defensively, look at Mike Ramsey. That takes a lot of guts, folks, to stand up at the blue line in that situation, because if the guy goes by you, he's by you clean. Ramsey marked him and nailed him.
Major League Baseball coming up next from the West Coast, San Francisco and San Diego. Joe Myers, Dave Campbell are standing by to bring you that game as soon as we are done with this. And Lord only knows. 3-3, 16:52 left in the first overtime. Play until you win. Skate till you drop. Montreal standing by watching to see who their opponent will be. And another Game 7 tomorrow night in Toronto, St. Louis and Toronto right here on ESPN. Probably will be like this. Samuelson, save Healy. He covers it up. He lost it for a minute. And Jeff Daniels dove for it, and Healy got his glove on it before Daniels could poke it in.
But again, the faceoffs appear to be the one thing that may do the Islanders in. Benoit Hogue couldn't control it. Daniels came in to help out tip it. Look at the screen, but Healy was able to see it not only once, but get to the rebound before Daniels. Benoit Hogue's knuckle is still bothering him, but you know, in Game 3, they were able to use Hogue on faceoff, so you'd think he'd have to be 100% to be used in situations like this, but the Penguins have been superior on the faceoff, no question.
Dennis Vasky clears it out. Another icing call coming up in the Islanders. Samuelson is back on the touch-up. And we come back up into the offensive zone for Pittsburgh here for the face-off.
He's resting, takes a drink, and waits.
He's had more good chances in this game than any other of the series.
No question. I mean, he could have made this a 5-0 hockey game in the first period.
Hit a pipe, hit the post going in on the shorthanded breakaway, unable to convert. 16:38 remaining here in this first overtime. A tying goal. Tocchet got it from Francis. 19-minute mark.
And Gary, Scotty Bowman is using Ronnie Francis for all of the key faceoffs, offensively and defensively. He still looks strong, but when he wins so many, why not put him out there? They got to try and end this.
Face-off one to the corner. Dennis Vasky goes back to get it. Intercepted Steve Thomas. Loisel starts it out, drops it. Thomas coming with Hogue. Steve Thomas. Thomas taken out by Ramsey. Two solid checks in this overtime by Ramsey. Backed up off the glass. Brian Mullen running in, held it to the point. Vasky the shot, tipped just wide. Brasso was down and Brian Mullen fell down in front of him on that shot. Mario Lemieux back on the ice. Lemieux drops it into the middle. Pittsburgh rushing here in the overtime with Mullen. Mullen trying to send it in. Murphy couldn't reach it. Played by Hogue. Hogue leaves it. Mullen's got it. Brian Mullen brings it up to the Islanders. Drops it back to Hogue. Hogue got it taken away by Lemieux.
What a defensive play. Lemieux used all of his reach to dive and poke that puck away.
They come the other way to Yager. His shot wide on Glenn Healy. Brian Mullen on the near side boards. Yager was moving in. Just got a piece of it. Uwe Krupp moves it up. Islanders trying to get out of the zone. Yager was reaching in. This will be another icing call. Pittsburgh, the advantage in the overtime territorially as they are forcing the play in 3 icings for the Islanders.
Well, we're starting the overtime the way we started the hockey game. Same deal. Pressure, pressure, pressure all over Glenn Healy, but Scotty Bowman can only sit back and hope that his guys get one by him. Like running in quicksand. Penguins unable to put Al Arbour's guys away. And do you believe this? Al Arbour's guys in a 7th game overtime against the Pittsburgh Penguins, they were without their top scorer the entire series until tonight. Coming into this series, to me, Gary, it was like going to a forest fire with a water pistol and trying to put it out, and they've got the thing just about put out.
Yep.
Just about, but not quite.
Not quite. In front, Dogger, fanned on it. Taken by Ray Ferraro behind the net. Far side for David Bollig. Bollig pushing it into the middle. Loisel ran into Tocchet and lost the puck. Samuelson with it. Samuelson got it up ice. This will be an icing call the other way. Kasparaitis comes back on the touch-up, and now the Islanders will have an offensive face-off. Down with Tom Barrasso, who's been looking and watching here in the overtime. Major League Baseball coming up here on ESPN. San Francisco, San Diego. Standing room only as another sellout on hand. 16,164 plus here at the Eagle in Pittsburgh. And what a show they have seen in this game by their Pittsburgh Penguins.
Amazing. 5-19 now, the overall shots.
Ray Ferraro, playoffs leading goal scorer. And contributed a goal and then the assist on the 2 at the end of the third period to tie it up. Ray Ferraro will be taking the face-off against Ron Francis. Ferraro wants to draw back on the forehand here if he can. Couldn't do it. Francis tied him up. Big win for Francis. Lemieux tips it out of the zone. Islanders get onside. Dennis Baskey sent it in. Barrasso went back to hang on. Cleared around again by Samuelson up for Francis. Francis looking wide side in the zone. They've got Lemieux cutting. Lemieux backhand shot wide of the net. Mario Lemieux with that long reach able to line that one up. Puck comes back in the zone. King was there. Reading it. Samuelson with Lemieux. Tried to get it back to him. Could not. Walton's got a chance on the break. Here comes Ferraro. 3-on-2. Ferraro drops it for the game. Score! The New York Islanders have beaten the Stanley Cup defending champions in overtime by a score of 4-3. And the house has gone silent in Pittsburgh.
I don't even know who it was. Was it David Pollock with his second goal of the game? Samuelson had pinched up on the play, Gary, and he got caught. And you could see the problem for the Pittsburgh Penguins shaping up. Martin Straka tried to get back. I think it was Pollock. Couldn't see his number. Maybe it was Thomas, and they don't care right now. Can you believe it?
As they line up for hockey's great tradition, but what an upset has been pulled by the New York Islanders, winning 4-3, being outshot in this game 45-20.
New York goal, his second
and the Stanley Cup champions are no more.
David Pollock.
It's now for someone else to take home.
And number 37,
David Pollock is the man that scored it. And you can imagine a huge celebration going on in Montreal right now because number 6 Montreal takes on number 12 New York Islanders for the Wales Conference Championship. And Glenn Healy put together one of the great goaltending performances in 7th game history. He was incredible.
Allowing only 3 goals on 45 shots against one of the best offensive teams the game's ever had, the team that finished 2nd overall during the regular season. But the Pittsburgh Penguins, not enough tonight. David Pollock picks up the game winner. Ferraro and Baskey the assist for Pollock, 2 in the game, 3 in his career.
Here's how it shaped up. It was a 3-on-2. Straka got back to negate Malakoff, but he didn't help on the 2-on-1. Ferraro to Pollock, Tommy Barrasso out and down on the play, so Pollock got it up high. He bulged the twine. The Islanders bench absolutely erupted. They may have been the only 20 people in North America that thought that Islanders could beat the Pittsburgh Penguins, and that's all they needed on their side, as long as they stuck together and believed it. And there's the man that started to instill that notion, Al Armour. As long as they stuck together and believed it, they were able to accomplish it.
After 3 periods, even they had to be wondering what this was going to look like when it was all said and done. The New York Islanders in overtime have beaten the Pittsburgh Penguins. They will now face Montreal. They continue that amazing streak in overtime games. The New York Islanders winning it. For Bill Clement and all of our crew, hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. Islanders 4, Penguins 3. Gary Thorne, good night, everybody. John?
All right, guys, thanks a lot. And the New York Islanders have never lost a game where they were facing elimination against the Pittsburgh Penguins. We will get you out to the baseball game in just a moment. That's the Padres and the Giants. But we would be missing our point here if we didn't sit to talk about this one. Absolutely tremendous. 7th game going to overtime. Healy keeping them in it throughout the game. And then really Pittsburgh still seemingly the team that had the most to lose and the tensest in the overtime.
Well, you know, I may be a little biased here, but there's nothing as exciting in sport as overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs. This was a tremendous game. 2 teams played their hearts out, but I think it's fitting that the Islanders won. The Penguins are a better collection of hockey players, maybe the best collection of hockey players in the league. In this series, the Islanders were the better hockey team.
They certainly were. Nobody giving them a chance to win this one, but they're advancing to face the Montreal Canadiens. And David Volek picking up just his second goal of the playoffs, but more importantly, the second goal of the game. And Ray Ferraro with a nice pass. Bullock just tees it up. Tommy Barrasso did not face too many shots in this game and was not very sharp. As a result, the New York Islanders, you see the reaction of the bench. Al Arbour says, I knew it all the time. A 3-1 lead with just about 4 minutes left in regulation. They give that up, and they still come back to get the win in overtime. Lauren Henning with his arms in the air as well. And Al Arbour, you know, the Pittsburgh Penguins and their fans must be saying, what does it take to beat Al Arbour, because they haven't got that done?
Well, you got to believe. Al Arbour believes. There is great power in believing, and he showed a lot of faith in David Bullock. He hadn't scored goals in a long time. He gets 2 big ones tonight. So Al Arbour's confidence in Bullock pays off. I'm just so happy for the Islanders. I thought it was a tremendous series by a team that, if you ever want to sell work, hard work to your team, the Islanders are a great example.
You also have to really tip your hats, an overused phrase, but you must, to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Here's a team that's won 2 Stanley Cups. After winning their first, they barely made the playoffs last year, then came back with a lot to prove and got into the playoffs and then won the entire thing. This year, given a chance to really knock everybody off. They didn't get this one done, but still a tremendous run, and this may be similar to what happened to the Edmonton Oilers, where they had that little lull between winning 2, missed 1 when they lost to Calgary, then won 2 more. But Glenn Healy, again, without Glenn Healy, the Islanders lose this one by 7 or 8 goals.
Well, that's the thing we have to remember. The Penguins really played a strong game, especially in the first period. We gave you the shots before. They were in the 40s. Glenn Healy was the difference. He kept his team in. Good goaltenders make the big saves, and they give your team a chance to win the game that you sometimes shouldn't win, and he did that tonight for the Islanders.
All right, Glenn Healy was, without question, the hero of this game. He's standing by in Pittsburgh right now, although he probably should take a seat after all the work he did. He's with our Gary Thorne. Gary.
I hope we've got him seated, John. I don't think he can stand for very long. Glenn Healy came away with a victory in net in this 4-3 major upset. Glenn, first, congratulations. This was a tremendous victory. We were kidding you just a minute ago. What a night for you.
Yeah, very pleased. Just another day at the office, huh?
Oh, yeah. Did they have any shots that were hard stops for you, Glenn?
No, they're not that skilled a team. Oh, my God. No, they certainly have the firepower to beat anybody, and we respect them. We know they're a better team than us, but let's face it, for 60 minutes, 4 times, well, a little more than 60 tonight, but 4 times this series, we played better and we deserve to win.
Glenn, take a look, if you will. This is Ron Francis on an opportunity that came in the OT. Tell us about this one.
Well, he's coming down the wing and he's got the hot hand. He's been scoring a lot of goals on me. He's got a great shot. I was kind of surprised that he went upstairs. You know, I thought he'd go right on the ice. I managed to get my glove on it. The glove was working tonight, so count my lucky stars.
Tell us what was said after that regulation ended and you went in before the overtime.
Well, I think we knew that we deserved to win the game in regulation. You know, we're up 3-1 with 3 minutes left to go. Lemieux's in the box. You would think that everything would fall into place and we'd be able to hold the lead. I think we felt a little cheated that we didn't manage to hold the lead. It was rather somber, rather quiet in the dressing room for the overtime, and I just had that sense that the guys knew that we were going to get a lucky bounce and we were going to put the puck in the net, and wouldn't you know it, the guy who's not really had a whole lot of ice this year wins the game for us. And I mean, just an amazing victory, an amazing series by 20 guys that have character and work hard.
Glenn, did you ever say to yourself during the first 2 periods when they really appeared to be all over you, did you ever say, I wonder if I can hold this in here long enough?
I think at the end of the first period when it was 0-0, I knew. I had a good feeling. I knew that Pittsburgh would be frustrated. They kind of used up most of their good chances in that first period and didn't come away with anything. So I knew we'd settle down. I knew we'd get into the game, and I knew we'd score some goals. And that's exactly what happened. And I mean, you know, we're a team that wasn't supposed to win. That we weren't supposed to win a game. And for us to do this, I can't say enough about the guys in that dressing room. The individual efforts, the heart, the soul, the guys that didn't play, the guys that did play, just amazing.
Glenn, put this season, your season, in perspective for us. I mean, this hasn't been the easiest of years for you. You were battling for a job.
Well, I played a great majority, I think 30 of the first 40 games to start the season. Then I had about a tendonitis and bone chips in my wrist, and I missed about a month. And when I came back, Mark Fitzpatrick was on a roll, so it was difficult. And, you know, as a team, we had a difficult season. We had 23 of the first 30 games on the road. We had 3 rookies on defense. We had 3 rookies up front. And I was wondering, boy, what's going to happen come Christmas time? Are we going to still be in this? So when we still were and everything was going along great, I knew we'd be fine. And we won so many big games down the stretch. I mean, we've been fighting for this spot to get to here. not for 2 weeks, but we've been fighting for this for months because we didn't have the playoffs wrapped up to the last day almost.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Glenn, take a look again. Here are a couple of other chances here. Daniels had one on your right here.
I'm not sure you'll remember all of them, Glenn, because there were a lot.
There was 46 of them, I think. There, I know Mario was on the one side. And you want to control your rebounds to the corners, but in that particular situation, I had to kick it directly out front because we had men there.
I think this is a wraparound try by McEachern.
Yeah, he's a crafty little player. Right in front to, again, I think that's Francis or Talkett. And I'll be honest with you, I just threw my leg out there. I didn't even see the shot, so I guess when you're lucky the puck hits you.
I think there's a little bit of talent involved in that. Glenn, Montreal's next.
Who? Montreal.
You remember them?
Yeah, I remember them. No, it's we have a lot of respect for that team, too. Let's face it, we're underdogs in that series. But to be honest with you, we've played very well against Montreal. We beat them right before Christmas. We lost a couple real close ones, 4-3 and 3-2. So we match up pretty well against them. I think they lack the firepower that Pittsburgh has, but they're a more disciplined team, and obviously they've got that, what's his name in net?
That's a French name, isn't it?
Yeah, can't remember. Yeah. But I think he's pretty good.
Did you pack enough clothes for 5 days?
To be honest with you, we thought very optimistically. Some of the guys may have packed light who didn't think optimistically. But we packed enough clothes to go to Montreal, and to be in Montreal in spring. Who's better than us?
Glenn Healy, I got nothing else to say to you.
Hey, Glenn, do you want a job? I know you're busy for a while.
No, my day job's going okay.
Keep it going.
Go celebrate.
Thanks, guys.
Congratulations. That was outstanding. And this is what it looked like on the Islander bench as David Volek put it in the overtime to take the 4-3 win. You see the fans behind him just kind of picking up and getting ready to go home because it's all over. 2 Stanley Cups back-to-back for the Pittsburgh Penguins, but the dynasty we talked about at the top of this show, it did end here at the Igloo. All right, that'll do it. Final score in overtime, the New York Islanders 4, Pittsburgh 3. John?
Thanks a lot, guys. Glenn Healy, the hero. Did I mention he went to Western Michigan, that he played there as well? The New York Islanders advance to face the Montreal Canadiens. Now, we have to remind you before we leave that the Norris Division final, it is the one final that is, as of yet, undecided. It goes to game number 7 as well. The St. Louis Blues and the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's 8 o'clock tomorrow, as Brett Hall has one more chance to advance. They would advance against the Los Angeles Kings. That's all the time we have here on National Hockey Night. Baseball's up next. It's the Padres and the Giants. We'll see you again tomorrow night for Game 7 in the Norris. And there's the Islanders. Reason to celebrate their next trip. Probably a bus trip or a nice plane ride up to Montreal and the Forum will they face the Canadiens in the Wales Conference Championship game.
Commanding lead after the first 20 minutes of play in Game 7 of the Norris Finals. Jim, before the game, you were saying that St. Louis has to shore things up in the defensive zone. Either they weren't listening to you or they just didn't get the message.
Well, they certainly didn't execute. The defensive zone coverage has been horrendous again for the Blues. They're either being beaten in all the one-on-one battles or just missing their coverage assignments. But whatever it is, it's working out great for the Leafs and bad for the Blues. Here they'll finally get good 3-on-3 coverage in front of the net, except for number 28, Bob Basson, who should go and eliminate number 9, Glenn Anderson, from the play. Anderson could still tip that puck, and Butcher does knock Krushelinski down. That's 1 point in favor of the Blues. But Rick Zombo cannot knock down, nor can he move Dave Anderchuk. And look at the hands on this guy. Backhander over the shoulder of Joseph. A brilliant goal by Anderchuk. But the woes of the Blues defensive zone coverage continues, and poor Curtis Joseph, he's left all by himself back there.
Well, I hope we didn't use up our excitement quota last night. The Islanders-Pittsburgh series will be remembered as the Glenn Healy Show, a 7-game epic in which a hot goaltender put the 2-time defending Stanley Cup champions into the deep freeze. It was only afterward that he could joke about the task of having to stop the Pittsburgh Penguins.
No, they're not that skilled a team. Oh, my God. No, they certainly have the firepower to beat anybody, and we respect them.
Healy kept the Isles from being awed by them. In Game 5, the Pens had scored 2 goals before the Islanders had taken their first shot. But in Game 7, Pittsburgh had 19 chances in the first 20 minutes and nothing on the board.
At the end of the first period, when it was 0-0, I knew.
Francis Lemieux center shot. Save Healy! Tremendous save and a great setup.
I knew that Pittsburgh would be frustrated. They kind of used up most of their good chances in that first period and didn't come away with anything.
Shot there by Jennings. Tip. Saved by Healy. Glenn Healy has taken his place in Pittsburgh Penguins lore. It is the sore spot Ken Dryden occupies in the memories of Or-era Bruins that Mike Vernon has for the Gretzky Oilers. A goalie who derailed a dynasty, stopping even that which was invisible to him.
I'll be honest with you, I just threw my leg out there. I didn't even see the shot.
He has seen the Islanders through to the conference final, though. Who would want to bet against them now?
We're a team that wasn't supposed to win, that we weren't supposed to win a game. And for us to do this, I can't say enough about the guys in that dressing room, the individual efforts, the heart, the soul, the guys that didn't play, the guys that did play, just amazing.
Well, Shoney, as a defenseman and as a coach, you got to love to have a goalie in that kind of form.
Yeah, he had a brilliant 7th game, but the series was decided earlier on, I feel. It was Game 3. The Islanders lost the game 3-1. There was an empty net goal scored, but they badly outworked the Penguins. At that point in the series, I thought it was a free lesson for the Penguins to learn that they're going to have to work to beat this Islander team. They put themselves in a position where a bad break could beat them, and I think it did. Game 6, you remember, Ron Francis had a high-sticking penalty early in the first period. He was gone for the rest of the game, a key Penguin. Game 7, of course, Kevin Stevens breaking his nose, getting a concussion first period. He was gone for the game, and Glenn Healy was brilliant. So the Penguins, had they played hard from the first game through the 7th, probably would have won the series. They are the better collection of players. But the heart, the grit, and the inspiration of the Islanders won them the series.
Yeah, we will have more on that series in just a bit. I want to remind you that the Isles are right back in action tomorrow against the Montreal Canadiens. Game 1 of the Wales Finals from the Forum on ABC Sports at 1 Eastern Time. We're back in a minute.
Magic Moments, presented by Dodge. 100-mile-an-hour slap shots make mass standard equipment for NHL goalies. But there was a time when goalies wore nothing on their face but sheer determination. In 1959, the legendary Jacques Plante responded to an injury by becoming the first star NHL goalie to don a mask. Plante's move changed the face of the game forever in another magic moment.
Highly sensitive microphones and even stethoscopes were used to isolate noises in the new Intrepid. Triple sealed doors, specially designed tires, and a unique muffler system were used to quiet them. You said your next car had to be quiet.
Excuse me.
And boy, did we listen. Intrepid. This changes everything.
The quest to qualify for the greatest racing event in the world. See the Indy Time Trials. Tomorrow at 3 Eastern, live on ESPN.
Welcome back to the Dodge Intermission Report. After one period, it is Toronto 4 and St. Louis 0 in the 7th and deciding game of the Norris Finals. Cinderella wears army boots. The Isles' improbable victory over Pittsburgh was one with grit and guts, which more than made up for the talent gap with Pittsburgh. Yes, this series made people stand up and notice the Islanders' work ethic, but to them, it was just more of the same.
We've been fighting for this spot to get to here, not for 2 weeks, but we've been fighting for this for months because we didn't have the playoffs wrapped up to the last day almost.
Everybody said it would be great if you got into the playoffs. Well, we won the first round, and everyone said, oh, anything you do is gravy. And time and time again through this series, we heard, you won a game, you should be happy. You won 2 games, you should be happy. You forced the 7th, just be happy to be there.
Of course, they weren't. Actually, they were a mite miffed after letting the Penguins force the 7th game to sudden death.
It was rather somber, rather quiet in the dressing room between the for the overtime, and I just had that sense that the guys knew that we were going to get a lucky bounce and we were going to put the puck in the net.
He's got a chance on the break. Here comes Ferraro, 3-on-2. Ferraro drops it for the game. Score! From this emotional high, they must find a way to put their feet on the ground, and quickly, for Montreal.
Pretty good hockey team. Pretty well-rested hockey team. We get a good, 36 hours to rest here, and I assume the game Sunday afternoon probably to shorten up the time that we get to rest. So we'll go in and give it our best shot. Hey, we've been counted out before.
Yeah, well, they have, and probably a lot of people will pick Montreal to win this series too, but the way these guys work, you just can't count them out.
No, I mean, you have to really admire the Islanders. Al Arbor did a tremendous job. Guys like Kasparaitis, I mean, they finished checks hard. Ferraro had a tremendous series. Here's a team that won 4 overtime games already in the playoffs this year, no overtime losses. So if you have a tied score at the end of the third period, you have to be concerned playing against the Islanders. They're a team that believes. They're like the Los Angeles Kings. Things are starting to fall in place for them. They believe that they're destined, as the Kings believe they're destined to win the Stanley Cup. And remember, they beat the Penguins without the services of their best offensive player, Pierre Turgeon.
Yeah, well, it'd be just a fantasy if St. Louis could get to overtime tonight, because right now the Blues are in desperate straits. After 20 minutes, they are down 4-0. This has been the Dodge Intermission Report. We're going to go back to Maple Leaf Gardens in just a couple of minutes for the second period with Tom Mees and John Davidson. Mike Edwards, this game is starting to take on historic proportions. In 7th games, the largest margin of victory in NHL history is 6 goals. That happened in 1990 in the Norris final, and St. Louis was the losing team. Chicago won 8-2. The biggest margin of victory in a shutout in a 7th game in NHL history came only last year. Vancouver 5-0 over Winnipeg, so it's 6-0 right now, and Toronto may be rewriting that record. The Leafs have been on top from the start here, Jim, and they're like a good wrestler. They do not give up many reversals.
Yeah, once you're down, they're not going to let you back up, and Pat Burns has molded this team into one of the best teams in the league at playing with the lead. When you play with the lead, you want to keep attacking. The Leafs have done that very well. You want to make sure that your third forward into the zone stays high to prevent any 3-on-2s against you. And when you have the puck along the boards, in the corners, you don't want to throw it blindly out to the slot. The Leafs have done this to perfection. You'll see here this shift coming up here right now with Borchevsky, Gilmore, and Andrechuk, the big line for the Leafs. Now, Borchevsky's going to try to go to the goal. He can't do it. He doesn't throw it blind. He's behind the net. He's going to get some support here. Look at Gilmore. He's going high. That enables him to keep the puck in. Andrechuk was also high. Now he's back in. Does he throw it blind? No. Keep it behind the net. Make them work the whole length of the ice to get the puck out. Good pursuit. Good pursuit. And they're making the Blues work for every inch of the ice. All the Blues can do now is throw it out, and there you see the Leafs in control. The line of Mark Osborne, Peter Zezel, Bill Berg on the counter coming in. This is Zezel. There's a little dump. Keep going ahead. Now the puck's in the corner. Blind pass? No. Turn it back. Back behind the net. And the Leafs playing textbook defensive hockey by attacking, not by laying back in their own end and allowing the Blues to come to them. It's going to be a long road back for the St. Louis Blues.
Yeah, well, things were looking good in terms of history for the St. Louis Blues in 7th games, because their last time in a 7th game, they had been a winner against Detroit in 1991, 2-3 overall under the current playoff format since 1982. As for the Leafs, well, Toronto had lost twice in the Norris finals, but in the Norris semis this year, they beat Detroit. Quite comfortable